Good morning, everyone. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth AFME Compliance and Legal Conference. I never thought I'd be introducing the fourth one. I remember the first one very clearly, which was a bit of an experiment, but it's worked out extremely well. I'm Bharat Samani. I head the compliance function for BBVA in Europe, as well as co-chairing the AFME Compliance Committee. A year has passed since our last Compliance and Legal Conference, and I won't labor the point, but we've been through a huge, dramatic challenge posed by the virus crisis, and it's pushed every organization to adapt extremely swiftly to this new normal. So although we're in a virtual environment this time, I'm sure you're going to find this conference to be as action-packed as it has been in the last 3 years. Every key compliance topic that you can think of is included. I was looking through the agenda as a reminder last night, and everything I could think of that I'm dealing with, and I know my colleagues in the industry are dealing with, is covered in some shape or form. So it is really, there is something for everyone in this seminar. The format, I think, works really well, particularly when you think about the afternoons. You've got the afternoon off to attend to your day-to-day business. So you're not losing out time in the office, as it were. So you're virtually in the office, you're virtually at the conference, everyone wins. I'm particularly looking forward to the sessions on conduct and culture, and of course that eternal subject of Brexit. We are hopefully in the final rounds of that, and it'll be interesting to see how we address that subject next year, even if it is on the agenda. I'm also certain that the networking breaks in this virtual environment will be useful. As you know, in the formatting, we've got the ability to network virtually with like-minded people or subject by subjects. The session that I'm looking forward to in the breaks is the virtual mind reading break tomorrow, which sounds particularly intriguing. And I'm sure that's going to be a very interesting one and will be attended by many people. Now, it'd be a shame for me to introduce the conference without plugging the AFME Compliance Committee. The AFME Compliance Committee is unique in that it's not just the most highly attended and frequently attended, I should say, and very high level of participation amongst senior compliance heads, not just in the UK, but in Europe now. But also because we've forged very good relationships with regulators, largely European regulators, but we've reached out to people like AFME, etc., government and trade bodies, very active with them. And therefore, it is the place in terms of, it's the forum for excellent discussion and working out what best practice is in the industry, sharing thoughts with your colleagues, sharing burdens with your colleagues, and hopefully coming to useful solutions for the industry. If anyone wants to join and they're not already represented, we have a large number of banks who are participants in this committee. Contact any of the compliance team or write to me directly, and we will ensure that you're represented on this very active committee. Now, the AFME compliance team and the conference team, in my view, have done a fantastic job in putting together this conference. And although it may sound premature in opening remarks, I'd like to thank them because I am convinced that this conference will be an undoubted success. Normally at this point, James Kemp from AFME would be hovering around me to speak after me, and I'd make some quip at his expense. But you know what? This year, I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm going to let him off with no quips at his expense. So thank you very much. Enjoy today as well as the next 2 days. And it's now my pleasure to hand over to James Kemp from AFME.
Well, good morning, everybody. And I guess a huge thank you to Bharat. And of course, the great thing about coming second is that I can have a few quips at Bharat's expense, I suppose, as he can't respond. Although I do know that having trialled for Watford United, he tells me he's broken his leg in 3 places, hence he's sitting down. But first of all, I would like to have a huge thanks to Barrett for his work with the Compliance Committee at AFME. He does a fantastic job. His collaboration with AFME is much appreciated, and we really value all your time, Barrett. So thank you very much for that. So good morning and welcome to everybody at this, our fourth European Compliance and Legal Conference. As Barrett says, this time virtual. Before we get started, I would just like to make sure that you're configured with your time zone correctly to make sure you don't miss any sessions. So if you're based in the UK, please just make sure that you have Europe, London selected and not Greenwich. That confuses me, but I'm sure that the drop down that you can see on your screens will help you with the account settings. So I'm very pleased that you've made it today. If you've attended our previous conferences in London and Paris, welcome back. And to any new faces that I can't see this year, sadly, I hope you'll enjoy this pretty intense and packed agenda. Despite this virtual setting, the turnout is fantastic as always. We have 270, if not more, people registered, which is fantastic. And that's split between our members, regulators, law firms, policymakers, and other industry association colleagues. But especially I'd like to thank everyone who's given their time to make this conference possible. That includes all of the 64 leading speakers that we've got, who we're going to be hearing from. But I'd also like to have a huge thanks to the AFME team. This is not an easy environment to operate in, and they've been hugely diligent in working with colleagues across the industry and speakers to make this happen. So a huge thank you to Team AFME. It's been great. As Barrett has mentioned, this is the conference where all of the pressing compliance and legal issues faced by the industry can be discussed with regulators, policy and industry representatives, and I would urge you to make use of the networking sessions to be able to do that. And it's not been an easy year. Coronavirus has forced us all to do things differently, change our work programs and our systems and procedures. Priorities have been reconsidered and challenges have to be dealt with. However, there is a consensus from all my discussions, and I operate around the globe for the GFMA and AFME, that the industry, the financial system has proven resilient, has quickly overcome many of the challenges that it needed to do. But of course, it has left for a compliance, in the compliance space, real challenges for the work from home environment and the control functions. And those are topics that are going to be picked up on today, which will be hugely interesting to everybody. And I look forward to hearing around those. AFME has also been resilient. Despite the change in our venue today, we do aim to cover a number of the key topics of the day: MiFID review, conduct and culture, financial crime, sustainable finance, and the MAR review, just to name a few. In the financial crime orbit, of course, we've seen an increase in the regulators' interest in that space, understandably, and looking to drive a more harmonized agenda in laying the basis for an European AML CFT system. The entry into force of the fifth AML directive has new stringent obligations on obliged entities, and the EU action plan is aimed at improving the EU's overall fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. In addition, the topic of sustainable finance has been growing in its importance for the last couple of years, something that AFME is very involved with now. The team here are working on that, aiming to ensure that financial systems genuinely support a transition of business towards a sustainable environment. And of course, the COVID-19 challenges now have focused people's mind on that as well. What we're looking at from an AFME perspective is looking to contribute to the thinking that will enable us to have a framework for private investors in the public sector to facilitate sustainable investments. Another area on your radar, I'm absolutely certain, is the MiFID review, which aims to ensure that adequate information is given to investors and intermediaries, and looking at the competitiveness of the EU financial markets. And lastly, but perhaps overriding in all of these, is the conversation around conduct and culture, one of the topics we'll discuss tomorrow. So I'm looking at the sort of complexity of the corporate structure, people working from home, a real challenge as how we move forward in that conduct and culture discussion. We'll be talking about what it takes, the type of leadership that we're looking for, what drives healthy cultures. So look out for that session. You will have the opportunity to engage with panelists via our online Q&A capability, which is called Slido. you'll see this on the right-hand side of your screen. There's nothing you need to download. So if you're online at the moment, and I'm just checking, you'll see on your screen now an area where you can answer polls and look at the Q&A. So I want to try a test now for everybody on the call, on this conference. And here's an interesting topic. Do we want to go back to when we could drink lots of pints in the pub, or do we want to look to the future when we might be also able to drink lots of pints in the pub? So if you could travel through time, have a go at this one. Would you like to see the future, or would you like to see the past? Let's have a poll on that one while you're all having a go at the answers. Okay, so we'll come back to that in a second. While we all vote, I'd like to thank our partner organisations. Without them and their support during this time, this conference simply wouldn't take place. So our huge thanks to our lead partner, Herbert Smith Freehills, our other partners, premium partners, Clifford Chance and Latham & Watkins, Capital Forensics, EY, Natixis, our associate partners, Duff & Phelps, and Me Power, Team Power coaching program. So many thanks to them. I will shortly be joined, and I'm delighted to say, thank him for his support, Robert Eiffel, chairman of the French AMF, Autorité des Marchés Financiers, who will be the first keynote speaker, and then I'll be running a quick Q&A fireside chat with him. We very much hope you can attend as many sessions as possible and use Brella's functionality. Don't forget to check out the on-demand sessions on the streaming tab today, where you can just jump into those. And if you have any questions, please just jump into AFME's booth online where you can ask us questions. And please note today that at 10:20, we'll be joined by Dr. John Finn, who's hosting an interactive break on focusing on boosting happiness, health, performance during the difficult and unprecedented times. So looking at the poll, just trying to check out what the answers are on that. I'm just going to have a look. It looks like everybody would like to think about the future, which is pretty understandable given where we've been. So thank you for taking part in that poll. It looks like everything is working. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Robert Eiffel, who was appointed as the chairman of the AMF in August 2017. Prior to that, as many of you have heard us say over the years, as Robert has worked with us on various conferences, he worked at the Banque de France, where he was Director of General Operations in charge of market operations. In his current role, he chairs the AMF, responsible for its strategic objectives. Robert always has unique insights in the global picture. He's extremely well connected into various international organizations as well. And I'm delighted, Robert, that you've joined us this morning. Many thanks. I'll hand over to you. I know you've got some opening remarks, and then I'll join you shortly for a fireside chat. So, Robert, over to you, and good morning.
Thank you very much, James, and good morning, all of you. And I should say I'm very delighted to deliver this speech at the very moment when reforms of the MiFID regime are being discussed in various fora, and when ESMA, after very fruitful consultation, has delivered its two important review reports on the transparency regime for equity and for non-equity instruments. After the time of implementation of this all-encompassing piece of legislation comes the time of drawing some lessons. We have made progress on many aspects. For the MiFID review on investor protection topics is well underway with the targeted amendments proposed by the Commission in its recovery package. This should make the whole regime more efficient and proportionate while preserving an adequate level of investor protection. On the other hand, the review of the market structure and transparency aspects of MiFID will take some more time, and no legislative proposal is expected before next year. This is therefore the time to analyze the state of the securities and derivative markets nearly 3 years after the application of the MiFID regime, notably with regard to transparency. Let me discuss today these highly controversial issues. Highly controversial since views diverge between the buy side, the sell side, and the market infrastructures. And it is true that interests of market participants are not all aligned and that it is quite a challenge achieving the adequate level of transparency, which at the same time could enhance price formation and best execution and will not be detrimental to market-making activities. Before discussing possible corrective actions, let us start with some general observations. My first observation is that we are not really where we wanted to be. If, as regards the equity market, we may be getting closer, the picture is rather less satisfying on the non-equity market. Let me first comment on the equity market. Recent ESMA analysis featured in its MiFID review report to the Commission shows that despite the share trading obligation, 1/3 of traded equity volume is still executed OTC. Moreover, ESMA notes in terms of transparency that the percentage of turnover of shares not subject to pre-trade transparency has remained above 60% since the entry into application of MiFID II. Overall, then, the magnitude of the change from the transparency situation under MiFID I has remained rather limited. It is hard to deny that the objective of MiFID II to bring more equity trading on lit venues has not been reached, even if the double volume cap mechanism played its role, limiting certain forms of dark trading. It has actually triggered an increase of the recourse to the large-in-scale waiver and to the periodic auction mechanism. Let me now turn to the non-equity market, and in particular on the bond market. Here we face very disappointing results. Since 2018, each quarter, there is around 0.3% of bonds considered as liquid and therefore subject to some transparency. In a universe of more than 300,000 bonds, only around 600 were deemed to be liquid at the end of last year. Can we say that the regime is properly calibrated when it applies to such a small proportion of instruments? I don't think so. Of course, one can say it will gradually improve, but even in stage 2 of the liquidity phase-in approach, which has not yet been implemented by ESMA, the estimates are that it will still represent less than 0.5% of the total bond universe. This is deeply unsatisfactory. My second observation is that the transparency regime remains way too complex. In total, for the equity and non-equity markets, around 900 waivers have been submitted to ESMA under MiFID II. It undoubtedly questions the relevance of the transparency rules where such a high number of exceptions are granted. Not only the number of granted waivers is puzzling vis-à-vis the regime, but the types of derogations are sometimes overly complex. In particular, the fact that we currently allow trading venues to combine different waivers together is regrettable because it blurs the line between what should be counted under the DVC and what should not. Another example is the introduction of different waiver thresholds depending on the trading systems, like the size specific to the instruments, the notorious SSTI for RFQ or voice systems. This leads to excessive complexity and a lack of harmonization. Of course, we are not questioning the fact that some trading system may need a different calibration, but currently, each trading system can benefit from a different type of waivers. As regards the post-trade transparency obligation for non-equity instruments, the complexity is at its highest. First, the type of transactions that may benefit from a deferral is very much left to the discretion of national competent authorities, be it for illiquid instruments, for large-in-scale transactions, or for SSTI. Then, on top of that, the length of time by which the publication of prices and volumes may be deferred is also open to different options. All this is clearly suboptimal as we end up with disparate practices across Europe. Finally, Despite the invitation of the regulation, no project has been developed to propose a consolidated tape, neither for equity nor for bonds, to say nothing of the cost of access to transparency data. We have a labyrinthine system with a strong technical rationale for each and every detail, but with a very poor global outcome. There is obviously room for improvement. When you are trying to elaborate some corrective actions in the transparency domain, you have first to answer a very basic question. What would be the downsides of a full pre- and post-trade transparency? Basically, you will always have the same rationale. Announcing publicly a large buying or selling interest in a financial instrument, especially if it is illiquid, would be detrimental to the market participant. In some cases, for some participants, such as market makers, it could also be detrimental for them to have an immediate full post-trade transparency regime. Therefore, for every financial instrument, equity, bonds, or derivatives, the regulation embarks in the difficult task of calibrating what large trade means and of measuring and calibrate the liquidity of the instruments. Both exercises being to some extent complementary, since the calibration of large trades depends to some extent from the liquidity of the market. In order to determine if a trade is large, it is understandable to take into account its absolute value, but the regulation has also introduced a statistical repartition of the transaction and also the trading scheme. However, the main outcome of liquidity tests is to determine the perimeter of illiquid instruments, which have reduced transparency requirements. And one should recognize that due to the many ways of measuring liquidity and the very volatile pattern of many of them, the exercise could lead to a lot of sophistication, which could blur the broad picture. When it comes to equity, the liquidity taken into account in the regulation is based on 4 criteria. You know that the free float, the average daily turnover, the average daily number of transactions, and fourth, the percentage of days traded. For bonds, it refers on top of the size of the issuance, which is used for the first 3 months of the bond issuance, to only 3 criteria: the average daily turnover, the average daily number of trades, and the percentage of days traded. At the end of the day, we have 150 pages of delegated regulations for the 2 RTSs dealing with these issues. I should admit that my natural inclination is to favor a drastic simplification. Regarding shares, the idea could be to just keep waivers for large in scale order management facility and negotiated trades allowing for the execution of technical trades. And in parallel, one would limit to list trades the recourse to systematic internalizers when it comes to the trading obligation. In such a framework, the double volume cap would obviously be suppressed, since without any application. As you may have seen, the ESMA recommendations are more balanced, but still ambitious. ESMA proposes to keep almost all waivers as they are, including the possible combination, just adding a threshold to the reference price waiver, this threshold being obviously lower than the list threshold. If you keep all these waivers, the volume cap is still relevant, and ESMA proposes 3 small but very welcome adjustments in such a context. First, deleting the venue 4% threshold, and second, reducing the AU threshold from 8 to 7%, and third, expanding the perimeter of liquid shares that are targeted by the cap by focusing only on the average daily turnover and the average daily number of transactions, therefore abandoning the free float and the existence of trades on a daily basis. As regards the non-equity market, you could imagine that my simplification mood would have a similar outcome, just keeping a recalibrated lease waiver and abandoning the liquidity approach and the SSTI concept. For post-trade transparency purpose, real-time transparency would be requested, allowing a deferral on volume only for transactions above the recalibrated lease threshold. Here again, the ESMA recommendations are more prudent regarding the liquidity criteria, proposing to further elaborate on 3 options on top of the radical solution already mentioned: the acceleration of the current stage approach, jumping directly to stage 4, and the simplified option, COFIA-like, could be contemplated and further fine-tuned. Enhanced transparency usefulness would be magnified by consolidated tapes. We should focus our efforts on the building up of such tapes, first for equity and then for bonds. I do believe that, as demonstrated by the US example, they would be key in order to have an efficient EU-wide market. As highlighted by the European Commission in its February consultation on MiFID II review, the EU has a competitive trading environment, but investors and their intermediaries often lack of a consolidated view of where financial instruments are traded, how much is traded, and at what price. This is why the possibility to build up an EU consolidated tape is now one of the concrete goals announced by the communication by the Commission in its CMU action plan. We are particularly happy at the IMF to see that the Commission has put it on top of its list of priorities, despite the fact that the subject had failed to gain sufficient traction among the high-level forum earlier this year. The consolidated tape that is envisaged in MiFID II text has so far not emerged. However, we are convinced it can be a useful tool for European markets, all the more so considering the highly fragmented nature. For this consolidated view of the market to be beneficial, the quality of data is very key. Improving the transparency regime will certainly help in ensuring that the potential console tape provides the consolidated view which is needed. Building up such a console tape will certainly necessitate to progress step by step with strong governance arrangements that ensures a collaboration of representatives from all stakeholders. As a first step, the console tape could provide consolidated post-trade transparency for equity instruments. This will allow to operationalize the system on a subset of instruments while still providing very meaningful information. Once operational, this could be extended to bonds and then to other types of instruments. The consolidated tape would ensure that transaction information is published in almost real time. An overview of where the liquidity stands alongside with prices and volumes will therefore allow actors to document their best execution policy and to value their assets. We are aware that this consolidated tape represents a challenge for all market participants and regulators. I can hardly imagine that a well-developed equity and bond market can still go on without a consolidated tape. In that perspective, I very welcome the publication today of the Market Structure Partners report on the study of the creation of the EU consolidated tape to the European Commission. At first glance, it seems that this report clearly highlights a high demand by industry stakeholders, suggesting first the development of a post-trade real-time tape on equities and bonds. It is exactly what we do think will be useful. And I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Robert, for that. That was a masterclass in a discussion around the transparency discussions, which I know is a tricky topic to bring in all the different views from buy side, sell side, venues, etc., because clearly there are different business models, etc. I think that a question I would have for you, just as we look forward, and there's a few coming in from the delegates as well. In addition to the transparency topic, which you've outlined there very clearly to us in the sort of debates, what else do you think will be going into the MiFID review? What it sounds like the transparency is a hot topic, the consolidated tape is a hot topic. Where else do you think MiFID 2 or the review of MiFID 2 will take us in terms of priority topics in your sort of view, and where's the AMF sort of view on those things?
It's a broad question, but let me first of all state that despite perhaps very ambitious in my opening speech, I'm still conscious that market participants and trading venues have invested heavily in IT infrastructures and processes to adapt to MiFID II. And this is why I believe that the next review should not be a fundamental rewriting of all MiFIR, but rather a recalibration exercise on some issues. And that's exactly what I've tried to develop for transparency purpose. I'm very glad that the Commission has already started reviewing some aspect of MiFID, in particular regarding the derivative commodities markets or the financial research. That's two topics which I do believe will need some targeted changes on both, but it's already on the table through the recovery package currently supposed to be adopted, we hope, before the end of the year. In a competitive environment, and I think in that case we will have so you have mentioned that in your opening statement, we will have the Brexit in the picture. In this very competitive environment, we will also have to find a way to ensure a strong and robust markets for the benefits of corporate and consumer, while putting the European actors in a competitive environment and vis-à-vis third country firms. In that perspective, let me also mention perhaps the issue of the open access framework, which will also need to be perhaps carefully reviewed in this MiFID review. So you invited me to mention some issues, commodity derivatives, research, and open access. That's three examples of issues which will need to be adapted, I do think.
Okay, very good. And you mentioned there actually, and I don't want to spend too much time on Brexit, but because it's in the news. You've talked about the need, historically, I know when you've spoken, you've talked about the need for greater harmonization across member states. And some of the things you've talked about there is, with the transparency is perhaps too much delegation to the national competent authorities. I mean, how much progress has been made, do you think, more generally on the topic of centralizing or harmonizing regulation and implementation across Europe, and how much more do you think still needs to be done with it?
It's a very sensitive, tricky issue. There are two ways of harmonizing: the rapid one and the lengthy one. Lengthy one being, let us try to meet and to accept some harmonization, and ESMA will be here just to accelerate or to check that we are going in the same direction. I would prefer, and I very much welcome this because it's mentioned in the action plan of the Commission at the end for supervision. I think the basic to solve this issue of harmonization is to limit national options and to switch from directive to regulation, and in this regulation to limit drastically national options. And when you look at the picture, we do have right now for transparency in non-equity, there are much too many national ways of implementing that. And it's clearly something which should be either restricted in the regulation or put on a European basic in the hand of ESMA for all the EU 27. That's
yeah, no, thanks for that. I know we've sort of spoken about that before. I mean, clearly it's been a challenging year for everybody, and I suppose one of the questions that keeps springing to mind is, what are going to be the major challenges for the wholesale financial markets in the coming year, and what can the industry do to prepare for them? And that's really both a market functioning discussion, isn't it? About some of the challenges that there will be from a financial perspective for people, for companies, etc., and also for the wholesale markets that serve them. And how do the regulators help with that? I know the recovery package, the quick fix package has been part of that. What do you think the next 12 months will bring from that sort of discussion point?
First of all, we will have to closely monitor the way we will the Brexit will occur on January 1st. I think we have taken all the decision necessary to avoid any cliff effect, and especially that for central clearing. But nevertheless, I think we will have to closely monitor what will happen, and especially if there will be a move of trade inside this Europe broadly in a broad sense, and because basically wholesale markets are worldwide markets. And it's very important that we keep this global approach, even if we very understandably will have to foster the competitiveness of EU 27 market participants. But having this swift connection with the worldwide wholesale market is absolutely key, and we will have to monitor very closely what will happen in the next, let's say, next quarters.
Yeah, and then from your perspective, one of the things that we've been talking about and has sort of come up the agenda again is the CMU action plan. You've sort of talked about the need for a combined or a more joined up Europe, perhaps, from a regulatory point of view. CMU underpins much of that as well. Is that something that you have views on, some of the critical parts of the CMU package? Is that, do you have thoughts around that?
I see. Let me just state that this CMU package is very ambitious, both for the perimeter and the issues which are tackled within this package, and also with the timetable of implementation, which is annexed to this action plan. And it's a global. What is very important to have, it's a global approach. It's not a piecemeal approach, this action plan, and you should try to implement all of the package, not part of it. And with it's ambitious, and the timetable which is contemplated is very ambitious, but it's in the end of the council, basically, to clearly switch from general backing of the union to specific actions which are there, and I do think that they are the right actions to be implemented. And as you have mentioned, next year will be key, because if you look at this timetable of the action plans, most of the actions will largely be either in the pipe or almost completed at the end of next year, which would be very welcome for this project of Capital Markets Union.
Yes, and we're very supportive of that, and I think it clearly has huge implications. Just while I keep you for 1 minute, Robert, a quick question, so you don't have to answer too much, is thoughts on the impact of new technology entrants into the wholesale markets? I mean, clearly CMU has a digital action plan as well. Are you positive on the new entrants, the new technologies? Do you have worries, concerns around some of it as well? Just to finish off on.
No, we have no choice. It's there now, and we have to embark in this. I don't know if it's a revolution, but it's in the integration of these new technologies. First, it could foster the union, limit the fragmentation, just by the technologies which will be implemented, and it was very welcome to have at the very same time by the Commission releasing both the CMU action plan and the digital action plan, which are actually very well connected, especially for I should say for all market infrastructures and post-trade operations, where we do see that there are a lot of progress to be made, and which will limit the fragmentation and reduce the cost of all the market operations themselves. So we are very supportive to this evolution.
Robert, thank you for that. And we are supportive of the digital action plan of CMU. We always welcome your time and your insights onto these. The virtual setting hasn't taken anything away from the power of your presence and your ability to present these issues, for which we are very grateful. And we now have a networking break, and I would like to thank you for your time as always, and wish you a pleasant day in Paris, I'm assuming, and we'll see you soon.
We will try. Thank you, James, and have a very good conference, all of you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Robert. Bye for now then. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody. And now with that, we move into our networking break. Enjoy a coffee or a tea wherever you are, and we'll see you again shortly. Many thanks.
Good morning and welcome back to AFME's 4th Compliance and Legal Conference. I hope you've all made yourselves a cup of tea or coffee and that you're ready to continue. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Louise Roger. I'm the Compliance Director at AFME and I'll be chairing some of the sessions throughout the conference. I'd now like to introduce our first panel of the day, the future of the compliance function in the wake of global emergencies, moderated by the excellent Andrew Proctor, partner at Herbert Smiths. So, Andrew, over to you.
Thanks, Louise, and good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be chairing this first panel, and I'm joined on the panel by Es Nelson-Jones, who's the Global Head of Compliance, Conduct and Financial Crime at NatWest, Seung who's the Head of the Regulatory and Territory Office at BNP Paribas, and Andrew Sauter, who's the Chief Compliance Officer EMEA for the Wholesale Banking Divisions at HSBC. We have a lot to cover, and so we're going to get straight into it. But let me just say that we hope that during the course of the panel, we'll be sending in some questions. And if you see me looming towards the screen at any point, that'll be me trying to read your questions. But we'll try and leave some time towards the end to pick up those questions as well. I want to start with a look back to the pandemic and the lessons for compliance departments coming out of that. And I want to ask each of the panelists if they would, just very briefly, to pick up on some of the key themes, some of the key risks that they saw emerging, particularly over lockdown, what they learned about compliance, the compliance department, maybe even what they learned about themselves during that time. And if we kick off, Seung, with you, just give us some of your top 2 or 3 risks that you saw and how you dealt with them.
I would mention quick 3 things. First thing is reinforcing the right culture when the staff is not in the office. So tone from within is not just about tone from the top, but it's throughout the firm. So the right culture leads to a good conduct. Because we can't see them is even more important. And I guess the second thing is compliance to react quickly. It is clearly an unprecedented situation that required all business areas to react quickly, implement remote working, including sales and trading floor. We have to introduce exceptions to various policies and procedures, whether it's allowing video calls on certain platforms or remote working, trade booking, etc. And then I guess the third thing is, there's been some exceptional questions, things like, well, I'm living with somebody, a flatmate, who might be in conflict of what I do, but we all work in the kitchen worktop. How do we manage that? Managing the MMPI, the confidential information, those things being the very typical questions we've been getting and grappling with.
So I heard read a speech that was given yesterday by a regulator who picked up on this idea of change in policy, and he talked about banks having to adjust their risk appetite and relax controls. Was that your sense of it, that there was a relaxation of controls overall? And what does that mean for the future? Are we about to see a spate of enforcement cases because of these lax controls?
That's not how we interpreted it. We've obviously implemented additional controls just to make sure that what we are missing out, because we're not in the office, we're not patrolling the floor, we need to make up for it. So we did some sample checks and various other measures to make sure we can demonstrate we are taking that extra step.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Es, what about the NatWest experience?
So I would say the first thing I would say is that compliance were at the forefront of all decisions at the top of the house. So we were very much consulted to make sure that we're on board with decisions. I think we would have had to have made a number of decisions that you don't have the full picture due to the rate of change and the pace of how quickly lockdown came in. And therefore making risk-based decisions as opposed to having all of the facts. I think the other thing was the huge reliance on technology that banks weren't necessarily ready for. So we weren't in a culture in March where we were completely Zoom crazy as we are now. And actually, in this day and age, the vast majority of individuals only carry one phone with them. So there are a number of individuals doing regulated roles who would pick up emails on their, personal devices, clearly wouldn't use their personal devices in the office because they would be on recorded lines. And now you have those individuals potentially working at home and not able to actually make calls because they're not on recorded devices. So, banks were finding that they needed hundreds of additional bank-owned devices very, very quickly in order to make sure that, we kept a high level of compliance throughout the pandemic. But I think it was a monumental shift in a very short period of time. And speaking to other peers in other banks, something that you never thought would have been possible. So I do think, the compliance department was driving a number of those changes, and very successfully.
I'll come back and talk a little bit more in a moment about technology, but just to pick up on your Zoom crazy culture, what did you have to do then to put in place guidance for staff around how they used Zoom, when they used it, and indeed, actually, to your point around capture, how you captured the information exchange on Zoom?
Yeah, so there was a number of obviously communications with Zoom itself to make sure that they understood the importance of the fact that we needed every single Zoom call recorded. Zoom isn't a platform historically that would have been set up, any more than Blue Jeans or any of the other social media platforms for this purpose. So an enormous amount of dialogue with the external vendor, but also internally, a phenomenal amount of guidance, and I would say it was 101, taking individuals through on a Zoom call of how to dial into a Zoom call. So, for example, if you just dial in and click on the internet, that means it's not recorded. So you need to dial in via your work phone in order for it to be recorded. So we gave training face-to-face. Also, we sent out phenomenal amount of comms through the whole, I think, of the first 2 months in lockdown, of different guidance steer to make sure that everybody understood their regulatory obligations and why this was not just protecting the bank, but individuals as well, to make sure they understood that they would have to replicate the office environment, but remotely.
That's a pretty remarkable contrast, though, if you go back just a few years to the time when compliance departments were busy closing down technology channels in the wake of LIBOR scandals and FX scandals, etc. What's your kind of prognosis around the risks that might have emerged? Are you comfortable that people culturally got it in the way that Seung was describing, or are we expecting a wave of problems?
No, I think individuals got it. I mean, there was a lot of time spent with the supervisors as well to make sure that, to the point made earlier, tone from the top is absolutely vital in this day and age. We also realised that the amount of compliance advisory staff that sit on the trading floor, that's such a temperature gauge as to how the general market is doing, behaviour, morale, and that was stripped away from us as compliance. So, we've had to rely much, much more on, for example, comm surveillance to pick up what you would normally pick up in person in order to try and gauge, the general direction that business is going in. So the reliance on technology has gone through the roof.
And I'll come back and ask you about comm surveillance in a minute, because it's difficult in any surveillance framework to put in place parameters when what normal looks like is changing so dramatically and so quickly. But first of all, Andrew, what was the HSBC experience? And I wonder if you could also pick up on Ez's point about supervising the supervisors.
Yeah, not a lot to add to the things, Andrew, that have already been raised by colleagues on the panel. I think one thing I would say is that I think going into 2020, who would have thought that you'd have gone from 0 to around 95, 96+% of traders on the trading floors. And I agree with others, that was a real representation of all the banks coming together, and not least, the support from the technology function as well. I think what I would see it as is a continuum. I think the same controls that existed in a work-based environment, a physical work-based environment, have continued throughout. But clearly they have to be enhanced in terms of awareness. If you take traders working from home, booking risk. So, the responsibilities of supervisors themselves and the second line functions have had to be reinforced and honed. But again, to the points made by colleagues on the panel, the oversight and the second line focus on what's being done and what's being said and what's being transacted has continued throughout. So my expectation is that generally the same sorts of thing that may give rise to concern have continued, throughout the period, and they've been driven by the same technology and tools that we would use. But to Ez's point, I would agree that the staying close to the businesses that we both support and challenge has become more difficult, clearly because we're not physically co-located with them. So communication with them and all the ongoing checks and balances have been ever more critical.
You say the same sorts of things, but in the same degree. For example, did you recalibrate your risks in respect of market abuse in the wholesale space or fraud risk?
Well, I think time will tell in terms of the outcome of the COVID-19 crisis in terms of crystallised fraud risk. But clearly, all banks have had to enhance the focus on potential fraud from within and potential fraud actually against the bank from without. So anything ranging from cyber attacks to inappropriate or false applications for loans. Clearly, there is a propensity for that to happen during the course of a crisis of this nature. But the same calibration has applied throughout the crisis, but understanding whether we're seeing peaks and troughs in certain areas.
Just to take that change theme one step further, a lot of people have said that the pandemic accelerated the pace of change that was perhaps already underway, as you've described it. But whilst it may not quite have been the death of branches, certainly people have been surprised by how quickly customers have moved to a digital world, including demographics that were thought to be resistant to that. What's your sense of that been, and how has that affected the way compliance has had to oversee risks in that space?
Well, I think in terms of the short period that we've lived through the crisis, I think we're going to see a more significant and accelerated shift over the coming months and years. But certainly, to your point, if you just take the retail sector of banking in the UK and more generally, clients have not been able to come into branches and physically come into buildings, and therefore that has, by default, by need, has forced those that wouldn't otherwise have used digital banking and mobile platforms to do so. And I think we saw the announcement last week from, say, banks like TSB, where they've said, sadly indicated the closure of a number of branches, but that has been driven by a significant change towards digital banking by the clients during the crisis. And I think there are two things that, for me, arise from that. One is it's been happening for a while, but the introduction of digitization across the businesses that compliance departments both support and challenge, I think will accelerate even further now. And I think that leads to two things, really. One is managing our own stakeholders and dealing with the businesses and infrastructure functions that we work with will require, and is beginning to require, compliance officers to become more aware of, trained, educated in digital, how it works, how automation works, how machine learning works, all those various aspects of the role that are now coming into the compliance profession, and how regulation and law applies to that, to allow us to better challenge the business and to work with them to develop new platforms, new businesses. But equally, within compliance, I think the skill sets that are prevalent now will continue to evolve and change. So if you look back 20, 25 years, the classic compliance background would have been ex-regulator, lawyer, operational member of operations. Clearly that's evolving and changing over the years, but the need for more skill sets around technology awareness, project management, data analysts. So the right mix and balance of skill sets across the compliance departments, I think, will change over time and will be accelerated by what we're seeing as a result of the crisis.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So, what about on the wholesale side, pace of change, and perhaps also the observations that Andrew makes about the changing profile of a compliance officer that results from that?
Yeah, no, I would completely agree. On the wholesale side, I mean, banks had to become agile to continue to work with clients, counterparties, market participants, using different communication platforms, challenges and risks around these issues, how to mitigate those risks, and constantly adapting to new situations and advising on various issues. IT security development, I think Andrew mentioned it earlier on the cyber attacks, working with BCP, HR, how to handle personal medical data, office configuration, still maintaining information barrier, effective way of remote supervision, all of this kind of new way of working, it means that more reliance on data. And whether that's a trade or email surveillance or other extra measures and controls that you put in place was to protect the bank in COVID situation, as well as other sort of extreme situations. And we've reminded the staff on, obviously, as we talked about, the importance of good conduct. So I think it has really moved on the typical just advising on trade or what presentation you can send to clients. The breadth of compliance issues we look at, this has become really broad, and also everything done remotely. So we rely on technology and the data.
As I want to ask you about that technology reliance in a moment, but first, just if you would, on an aspect of operational resilience that Andrew and Seung have touched on. In a weird kind of way, I suppose, what the pandemic has shown is that disaster recovery sites are almost redundant. It actually turned out that working from home worked and is a better outcome. But let me ask it the other way around. If you look back now, did working from home work? Was it an acceptable way of dealing with the outage or the inability, rather, to go into the office or onto the trading floors?
So I think before the pandemic happened, I think certainly at the bank that I currently work at, NatWest, and previously, been unheard of for a trader to be able to work from home, and certainly sales individuals. And I think even with individuals on the the DCM and the ECM side, it would have had to have been on an exceptional basis. But I think with the pandemic, and NatWest went out publicly in the summer saying that we wouldn't be back in the office until January, you're going to have a whole workforce successfully working from home with around 98% of individuals for around 10, 11 months. Now, I think it will be interesting in seeing how the regulator looks in 2 to 3 years' time at how banks dealt with that and the controls that are in place. For me, the forbearance of the regulator and how they will be dealing with individual banks, I think, will come down to a lot of how banks are evolving and using technology. So if you look at the stereotypical, communication surveillance platforms, historically, they are driven by lexicons. So, the typical don't tell anybody would trigger an alert, and then a surveillance analyst would look into that. Now you have these amazing platforms that, reduce the false positives significantly because they're smart enough to understand whether something is really a trigger. The amount of MI that they can come out with is phenomenal. So they can pin down an individual and you can derive MI with how many times has that individual sent an email internally to the same person, how many times are they sent attachments externally, how many times if they're on the private side they're speaking to the public side. And I think that's the way that technology is really going to advance and support the compliance function in really looking at misconduct and really moving away from your old-fashioned alerts being derived in isolation without really seeing the whole picture.
Yeah, the lexicon will have changed, of course, with people working at home. And I don't just mean Amazon's at the door or stop the dog barking. There will be all sorts of changes in how people were working. But Seung, can you talk a little bit more about how you adjusted the parameters and thought about those surveillance tools, and actually whether, in your view, as you move to that greater reliance on technology, there's still a data deficit that we have to cope with?
Yes, I think from a sort of surveillance point of view, we had to sort of deprioritize some of the resourcing to look at who are the high risk trading desk or sales desk, and look at them and why. Maybe we will look at some historical data based on their sort of before all the alerts that we received, whether it could be conduct related. So we'll sort of mix and match the various methods how we would surveil certain desk or business areas. And then we would also do sort of trade base as well, surveillance, additional surveillance, just to make sure that if COVID has created much volatility in the market, let's have a look at that, and who's the salesperson who's created most commission and why, and does that make sense, and does the trade make sense for the clients, looking at the suitability and appropriateness. So we will look at all of these sort of elements and do a sample surveillance, and that's kind of what we did. But obviously this is not going to be a one size fits all for every bank, and every bank would have a different risk appetite, what is right for them. I think what we looked at was right for us, and we think we've measured our risk appropriately based on our sort of risk profile, and also the client profile as well.
Did you change the allocation of responsibilities up and down the first and second line in any way? Did that have to be adjusted?
That was adjusted. I don't think that was necessarily a COVID-related adjustment. It was in the cards, so it was going to happen, but that was probably accelerated perhaps with COVID. I think it was, everybody had plenty of things to do on their plate, so it wasn't a matter of who does what. It was more, we have to get all these things done. Let's get the right result. To do that, we have to work together, collaborate, who's doing what, to get to the right result. Yeah.
And Andrew, you, from the HSBC perspective, what's the next frontier then that comes out of this for the use of technology for compliance? And comment, if you would, on where it's taking us away from what you started to describe as the traditional compliance officer, which sounded like me, to the compliance officer of the future.
Yeah, I think I'll put myself in your category, Andrew, in terms of my need to develop my skill sets more around AI and technology. However, I think in terms of the way I think things are going to progress, I think there's going to need to be a greater reliance on technology. I think driven by a number of things: client experience and client need. To my earlier point, I think the available technology in the market is improving all the time. So to Ez's earlier point, if you look at the offerings of the market 5 years ago, it's night and day as compared to what is available now. If you take on the traditional regulatory compliance side, the ability to look at the confluence between trade, e-communications, and voice surveillance, there is a rich seam there that can be sowed, as it were, in terms of issues that come up around, it could be the same individual, the same group of individuals, the same individual pockets between one firm and another, location, desk, even a region. And I think there'll be a greater reliance on technology as it improves, because they'll need to be. I think MI and metrics are going to be key to give good key indicators for compliance staff as to where their bigger risks are. And I think that will allow us as departments to take a more risk-based view of what we do. Because to one of the earlier points, whether you take trade surveillance on the traditional reg compliance side or transaction monitoring on the traditional anti-money laundering side, being subject to massive numbers or very high percentage of false positives. And the more that particularly machine learning can be invoked to allow us to pinpoint potential misconduct, both either within or without the bank, I think it will allow us to be ultimately leaner in terms of our cost efficiency. And it will make us more effective because we can focus on the bigger risks led by very high level technology, but also applying, I hope, the brain cells of experienced human beings in conjunction with that.
You touched on it briefly before, but one of the problems that's bedeviled reliance upon surveillance is not just the false positives, but the ability of the human being that gets the report to understand what they're looking at, calibrate it, and actually not find ways of rationalizing it away. How, in this context, then, do you find the right kind of compliance people, the people who understand the reports they're getting? And actually, I suppose, for that matter, going back to Siung's point, who can calibrate them in the first place in a live environment, which is potentially rapidly changing?
Yeah, I think it comes back in part to my earlier point around the right mix of skill sets and indeed the changing skill sets required for a well-balanced compliance team. And most departments that I'm aware of have got a real mixture of staff with diverse backgrounds within their surveillance teams, and a number of former traders sit certainly in a number of the surveillance teams that I'm aware of, and they can be across product. So what that does allow compliance departments is to bring level 1 experience and knowledge into the second line, which I think is extremely healthy. And the other aspect I would say is that at a certain level, discussing the calibration of the surveillance you're seeking to achieve with the right level of senior management in the business can only benefit the bank's overall surveillance effort. So clearly it has to be done very carefully, and there needs to continue to be a degree of independence in the review of the alerts. But provided that those controls are in place, I think what we are seeing is more collaboration with the business, utilisation of business systems, and also utilisation of business knowledge, both by bringing staff into the department, into the compliance department, but also leveraging the knowledge, the experience, and the wherewithal of traders, salesmen, and other professionals in the first line. So I think that, again, is a trend that has been slowly developing over the last 4 or 5 years.
As I know you've had experience of moving traders into the compliance department, where do you go looking for these people?
Well, at my previous firm and at NatWest, both of the heads of surveillance were actually ex-traders turned into, surveillance officers. I think the benefit of what you get there is twofold. So you've got poacher turned gamekeeper. So they understand market abuse and how to commit market abuse and all the different types of market abuse. So they're already attuned into how that mindset works. And I think that's really important when you're running a surveillance function, that you then can instill that in the individuals that sit in that function so that they understand how that mindset works. And then twofold, I think it's the respect of the business, knowing that they have someone who knows what they're talking about, speaks in their language and understands what they're looking for. And to your point earlier, there has to be, to Andrew Souter's point earlier, there has to be that independence piece, that we spend an inordinate amount of time with, management team -1, so very senior MDs, on doing risk assessments per desk. So they help us create the focus of where the trade surveillance needs to be, where the higher risk areas are. And then obviously we sort of cut them off when we're running the alerts in order to make sure that we have that independence. But the risk assessment piece that we do, the market abuse risk assessment, is very much a collaborative framework, because we need those senior individuals who do know where the higher risk areas are and where the higher risks of market abuses, to help us focus the results so that we're doing the best thing for the bank.
So I'm not sure if the job is less fun than it used to be, but what's your sense then of how BNP is tackling this question of skills and the talent that's needed to use this new technology?
I completely agree with what Andrew and Ez have said in terms of the skill set in terms of the first line experience and traders experience, etc. I think it needs to go even further. The compliance needs to be more savvy in technology in terms of understanding the algorithm, for example, algo models. Do they understand the kill switch in an algo model, and could they formulate the models themselves? What about the ins and outs of the automated trading platforms? We've got cryptos as well.
So we've got test. That would be a test that most compliance people would fail. But I know what you mean, because of course regulators talk about at least giving even customers a sufficient understanding of how the algo works. It's that level you're trying to get to, right? Not necessarily the programming level.
Absolutely, yeah. Exactly that. And recently, the EBA has just published that their 2021 work program will include the AI, crypto, data, algorithm, and the like. So these are obviously the key topics the regulators are also thinking about as well.
Yeah, I want to turn now to fashion items amongst regulators. I suppose the most fashionable item at the moment is operational resilience, but I'm going to pass that and go to what I think is number 2 on the hit list, which is purpose. And even before Christine Lagarde joined became head of the ECB, she was talking about purpose. Other regulators around Europe have been giving speeches about the importance of clearly defining a bank or financial services company's purpose. The FCA gives speeches about what they describe as purposeful culture. Andrew Sauter, what does it mean for compliance? What difference does it make for a compliance department? Has it made any difference, all this talk about purpose?
Well, I think, Andrew, I think it's an evolving discussion. So, many companies are looking at whether or not their advertising banners, the overall corporate purpose, to your point, needs to be reviewed and indeed changed. I think it does create, if it's written correctly and it's completely bought into by all employees in any company, it creates a so-called North Star to which you can always return. So to me, a company's purpose should in actuality drive its culture. And I can see exactly why, whether it's the FCA or any other regulator, is looking at that in terms of its connectivity with the culture of the organisation on the one hand, and obviously for the conduct regulators, the flow into what that means in terms of day-to-day conduct, whether it's a focus on customers and clients, which there should always be, a focus on doing the right thing and dealing appropriately in markets, or it's a focus on things such as public-private partnerships, which a number of banks look at very, very closely. But I think in terms of the day-to-day, what interests me about COVID is that I think the culture in of itself, there's a quote that's been much overused, but I'll say it again, is what you do when no one's looking. And I think what COVID has sort of has accentuated that, because whilst no one's looking physically in the building currently because they're not your colleagues and the second line and your peers are not with you, banks' controls continue to look, after the fact and hopefully, before the fact. And I think what I'll be interested in is to see whether or not the crisis has been a sort of bellwether of an improving culture across the industry, a flat line, hasn't changed either way, or there are pockets where it's got worse. And I think obviously that we won't see that until some months, maybe even years to come. But I do think the connectivity to your opening point between a very clear purpose for any organisation, the linking to what that means for what the bank or any company aspires to be culture-wise, and ergo what it means for the bank's conduct programme and what we look at and look for as compliance officers. I think the linkage is very clearly there, and I'll be interested to sort of watch how that develops with the regulatory debate that we're all no doubt going to be having in the coming months.
Maybe I'm skeptical or cynical. I talk to a lot of executives and board members about purpose, and I see them really struggle to articulate not so much the purpose of the bank, they've all got a statement, but really struggle to articulate what it means day to day, how you operationalize it. But as, and Seung, I saw both of you nodding while Andrew was speaking, so let me ask each of you what difference you think it's made day to day. As you go.
Well, look, I think what Andrew's saying is absolutely right. It's work in progress. And, everybody's now, I think, certainly not just in the financial services business, but, other industries are all, grappling with this whole purpose statement and needing to bring out a tagline to what purpose means for their individual business. And I think in reality, very little has changed, because if you look at what's been embodied in financial services over the last 10, 15 years, conduct and culture has been at the very heart of what, defines that financial institution. And the purpose piece doesn't really, change that somewhat. I think where it does get very interesting is where purpose just moves into risk appetite for a business, because, banks will be looking at their client portfolio. So, for example, pharmaceuticals or tobacco companies, does that align with the purpose, or is that a change in risk appetite? And I don't think that's been hashed out to make it abundantly clear of whether it can all be interlinked or whether purpose has to be something very different. and we've done a number of senior leader sessions on this topic. And that there are only so many ways that you can have a meaningful purpose statement. And I think in reality, if you look at the purpose statement of the top 20 international banks in the UK, you'd find out that they're all very, very, very similar, because the bread and butter of what we do is very similar. So I think it's work in progress, and I think it will take a while to land on what this means and whether that actually changes anything of how a bank operates.
Seung, first of all, let me just say it must be even more difficult on the wholesale side, because if you think about this broadening notion of purpose, indeed as it's set out in the UK Companies Act, but as the Business Roundtable in the US expressed it as well, to which most of the international banks signed up, you have these notions of wider sets of stakeholders, the environment, the employees, the society at large. And yet, how that impacts on wholesale business is actually quite hard to see, I think. But again, maybe that's me being skeptical. What's your sense of it?
No, I would agree with you. I think it's very difficult to get that right. And as Andrew and Ez mentioned as well, I mean, transforming the firm's culture and sort of developing that purposeful culture is everyone's responsibility. What people said about it's just management doing it, it's the compliance doing it, it's the functions doing it. That's of the past. Is everyone's responsibility. Obviously, compliance plays a very critical role driving that right behaviours and creating that healthy and sustainable cultures. I think the way the compliance has changed, I guess, in the sort of recent years is we no longer just traditionally defining the rules and framework to review, what is right with the laws and regulations. Of course, we still do that, but there's much more focus on ethics, culture, principles, and how do we adapt to change? How do we enable change? Because the business is changing as well as the regulatory environment. So how do we adapt to those sort of constantly evolving environment? I think that's a challenge, because everybody knows what the bank does. There's commercial purpose to it, and society that's sort of responsible to the society, whether they have the CSR principles or otherwise. But then is that invisible, intangible thing that you can't really pinpoint to, like everybody talked about in this panel. I think that is still work in progress.
Your example of the CSR principles is actually interesting, and equator principles and other principles that go to wider social purpose, because of course they are a way on the wholesale side you can drive a debate about whether, even if something's lawful, it's a good idea. And I suppose in that sense, compliance has been active for quite a while. I'm less clear, I think, on the trading side of things and how it influences.
No, absolutely.
All right, let's move on to money. You three have got a lot of experience in compliance, and so you've been through several cycles of cost cutting in your lifetimes. My guess is we're about to go into another one. If you just look at the basic economics, banks will have much higher levels of non-performing loans. Interest rates will be low into the future. There will be lower retained earnings. There may well be a higher incidence of fraud coming out of some of the government guaranteed loan schemes. Banks are not using their capital buffers at this stage. And so all of that must push towards cost cutting within banks. And then you've got on top of that, just in the general society, a higher level of unemployment. What will be different, if anything, this time as we go through budgetary constraint and cost cutting? Ez, do you want to start? Will it just be you've got 10, you can only have 7, find the 3 that are going, or will there be a smarter way of doing it?
I think for me, how banks are going to successfully navigate through what has happened in 2020 will have to be a balance of the cost base is going to absolutely have to be reduced, but there's going to have to be investment made in technology as well. If you don't have that investment in technology and you're making cost cuttings, it's going to be phenomenally difficult, I think, for a bank to be able to move into the new world and be able to demonstrate to regulators they can adequately manage the risks that we now have. So I think that's going to be really challenging, but I think there has to be that acknowledgement that technology has been moving and will move again after this in a new direction. And there has to be a very delicate balance between both. I think the other piece that banks will see challenging is with, cost cuttings that will come, redundancies will come, which will impact morale. I think then going back to what we were saying before about the role of compliance being at the heart of culture, conduct, ethics, is making sure that the speak up environment, is stable and is safe, and that people feel that even in these unprecedented times, when things are changing and potentially jobs are at risk, they still do the right thing. I think that's going to be a huge challenge for compliance to be able to monitor that and instill and advise, senior executives that absolutely has to be kept in trail. Because at the moment that you have, an institution that moves into the direction where people don't feel safe to speak up, and I know that the FCA has had a phenomenal amount of focus on psychological safety, using that as a gauge as to whether the bank has a good culture in place. I think the role of compliance then just becomes even, more pertinent as we go into the new norm. Because I think we would be very naive to think that, once hopefully a successful vaccine is created, we all go back into the office 5 days a week. I think those days are firmly over, and I don't think that's ever going to happen again. So we need to be able to move to the new norm, which won't be, what we were experiencing pre-March.
Yeah, Sion, what about you? What do you think will happen in this upcoming round?
I think given the sort of the cost cutting and redundancies and recessions coming ahead, it's even more going to be challenging for a compliance function to be ahead of the game. Just effectively, it's very difficult for a compliance function to be ahead of the game rather than just being reactive to endless updates and reg changes. It doesn't stop. It will continue to just keep up. I mean, we are expected to, keep up and do a good job, do more with less, whether it's a cost or resources or IT development. So I think that pressure will continue to rise and is not going to be easy, and is often, I'm generalizing here, the resourcing is often get thrown in when there's an enforcement or when there's a fine, when there's a sort of like a spotlight. It never is preemptively, oh, let's look at this because we think, proactively thinking this is going to be the risk in the future. This is where we think the direction of travel of the regulation is going, is often more the case. Oh, so-and-so got fined on this. Let's have a look at this and do a gap analysis and remediate. So it's a very difficult role to be. Let's be proactive. Let's get ahead of the game.
Andrew, I want to ask you two specific things about cost. One is, I know you're in an unusual position of having joined a bank with an international role, and yet you've literally never been into the office. And you certainly won't have traveled to any of the countries where you have responsibility. I mean, so the way in which you are doing your job must be very different to the way in which you expected to do your job. Do you think there will be changes in the way in which the job is done? And then I want to ask you about whether you think there might be structural changes in the way in which compliance departments are set up. So if you take S for a moment, is she just old-fashioned as being the head of compliance and financial crime? Or is she actually ahead of the curve and a model that others will move back to? Because, of course, we all know that what happened historically was compliance and financial crime tended to be split. Do you see structural changes, therefore, in addition to changes in the way people do their jobs of the kind that I was describing, where you can no longer travel and get about in the way you might have?
Let me take the second one first in terms of the combination roles. I think if you look across the industry, a lot of banks are looking at synergies between one or more of regulatory compliance, anti-money laundering / anti-financial crime, and in some cases, non-financial risk or operational risk. And we're seeing, a combination of, say, compliance and operational risk in some banks, compliance and anti-money laundering, AFC, and others. And there are recombination in some cases. You're absolutely right. And I think we will have to do the same jobs as efficiently and hopefully more efficiently, probably ultimately with less headcount and less budget. I think that's probably a trend that we're all seeing across the industry. We're entering into a period that, as others have said, we've got a very long-term low interest rate environment. Banks are looking at revenue sources at the same time as aggressively looking at their cost base, and clearly we are not immune from that. So I do think you will see more banks looking at a combination of one or more of those departments where it makes sense to their business model and where it makes sense to them. I think, from my perspective, I think it's broadly a positive move. I think that provided you get, to our earlier discussion, a combination of improving technology, which does yield better metrics MI and focus on where our real risks are, that will allow us to do, I think, a lot more and a lot more effectively with a right-sized department, as it were. So I do think that's the trend. And if you look historically, most banks have had some degree of historic challenge, in terms of an enforcement action or remediation, and that has led to a significant increase in both compliance and anti-financial crime resource, depending on the institution. That is, obviously now, as banks slowly come out of those processes, by definition, you will not need as many people. But I think what we're seeing now in the pandemic is going to accelerate that trend and that review as to how we can become essentially more efficient. To your first question, I agree with Ez. I think the working environment broadly will change forever. So I don't think everyone will be going into the office 5 days a week. It depends on the company, whether it's 2 or 3, and what the best working environment is most effective for that department and that bank. But it does, by definition, also make leadership and management a different challenge, where you've got diverse teams, whether they're locally in the country you operate or globally. But things like Zoom and its equivalents have shown that you can still do a good job remotely. If I speak purely personally, I would prefer a combination of both. So I do think you can be a lot more productive when you're physically together as a team. But I think a combination of working in the office and from home is pretty inevitable across the industry.
We've got 3 minutes left, and as I'll first of all let you defend your job title, but also I'm interested in how you think compliance will look different in 5 years' time. Just a minute, and I'll give each of you a minute to lay out your vision of the future in 5 years.
Okay, so I'll break that down into 2 questions. So yes, for my sins, I have compliance and financial crime. I have to say that I think, to Andrew's point, this is the way of the future. The FCA brought out a thematic review on AML transaction monitoring in capital markets in June 2019. They were very supportive of things moving away from your typical trade alert generation to contextual monitoring, which looks at a whole heap of data to how that customer has behaved. And actually, they really hammered home the fact that they fully expect banks to have much more correlation, synergy, and interlinkages between surveillance departments and AML-TM. And I think under a different leadership at the top, that's really challenging. In 15 seconds, I would say that 12. So look, I think we've touched on it before. I think framework analysis and making sure policies look at rules is still going to be at the heart of compliance. But I think you're going to have to get people who are a lot smarter and investigative and are able to interpret data, into the teams in the future. So I think they'll broadly look the same, but I think the skill set will hugely change in the next 5 years.
Young, what's your team look like in 5 years?
So I think, as mentioned, I think the technology will play a very key role. But from a functions perspective, I think advisory compliance will still continue to exist to an extent. But I do think controls and monitoring roles will grow even more than today. Both internal and external stakeholders expect much more to have, robust assurance, particularly from an SMCR regime and the senior managers as well. They expect that to be able to demonstrate the appropriate governance and framework in place within the firm. Obviously, compliance has been playing a very critical role in this. And I think, my personal view, the compliance will likely to lean sort of closer to risk function rather than legal historically, because a lot of the firms are looking at sort of the general outlook of the risk of the firm. And then on the other hand, and especially with the pandemic, advising, testing, monitoring, providing risk assessment will continue to be a important role for the compliance to play. But for example, getting involved we talked about operation resilience earlier. This is no longer a siloed matter for operations. This is a matter for compliance and some of the other sort of functions who manage risk, including compliance. And as mentioned as well, the regulatory change will continue to form a key part of the compliance agenda. And who knows what will happen in regulations, but we know regulations will continuously evolve.
Thank you. Andrew, 1 minute on the future.
Not a lot to add to what's been said. I think in summary, leaner, a broader range of skill sets across the department with increasing bent towards technology, much greater use of evolving technology, and in turn that should drive better metrics and management information to allow us to be more risk-based, focus on our key crystallised and emerging risks, and ultimately to manage our own stakeholders more effectively as a consequence.
Well, thank you, and thanks, Es, and thanks, Seong. I can hear a ripple of applause going out around Europe. Very interesting, much appreciated, and I'll hand back to Louise.
Thank you, Andrew, and panelists. That was an extremely relevant and insightful discussion. We're going to take a short break now, but please do stay on as we're being joined by Dr. John Finn, and we're going to be hosting an interactive session that focuses on boosting health, happiness and performance in these unprecedented times. A few words about Dr. Finn. Dr. Finn founded the award-winning Tougher Minds consultancy and the Me Power Team Power coaching program. And they used the latest insights from psychology, behavioral science, and neuroscience to help individuals and teams improve their resilience, their well-being, and their performance, and leadership to thrive and succeed in these challenging modern world times. Dr. Finn and his colleagues have trained and coached over 10,000 people. They've advised governments and think tanks, and they work with global businesses, elite sport, leading education institutes and families, and they've featured in the Sunday Times, the Sunday Telegraph, and People Management. It sounds extremely interesting and relevant, so I do hope you'll stay on. And if you have any questions for Dr. Finn, please send them through, and we'll hopefully have time for a brief Q&A at the end. But please enjoy the session, and we'll see you soon shortly.
Hi guys, hope everybody is well. Just going to make a slight technical adjustment here. So, yeah, that's all working, which is good. So we're going to talk very briefly about why the way that our brain works makes life even more challenging than it might need to be in this COVID world, but also in the VUCA world. And we're going to think about some very simple things that we can do every day to make our lives easier. To do that, we ultimately have to understand how our brain works. So to help us understand this, we're going to have a quick test. Just making a slight technical adjustment again. So it's going to be one of those kind of sessions. I'm going to get you to think about yourself. So the test is very simple. I'm going to show you a slide that has some copy on it. And all I'd like to do is read out the copy from the slide as you would in plain English. So here we go. See if you can read out the copy in the white lozenge. So we can all make sense of these jumble words because it turns out most of what we're doing most of the time is mindless behaviour. That is, it's a habit, and we understand that at least 98% of what we're doing is a habit. We have a tiny bit of consciousness here in our prefrontal cortex, but the rest of what we're doing is just sort of ticking away in the background. Here are some of the examples of the type of habits that are running us right now. So some of this stuff's pretty helpful, like breathing. We're not thinking that we need to breathe in and then we need to breathe out. It's just happening. The way that I'm speaking right now and the way that you're listening is fairly automatic. I met a new person this morning and I made a judgment, a decision about their entire life within about 4 seconds of meeting them. Wasn't a really clever or logical thing to do, but it's the way that our brain works. And the way that habits work are, the more you practice them, the better you get. So our brain has about 100 billion neurons in it. And they're like plasticine, they're remold depending on what you practice. So essentially, the more you practice a habit, helpful or unhelpful, the better you get at it. And most of our habits live in the limbic regions of our brain. So you can make a mini model of your brain if you want. If you put your left or your right hand up like this, you put your thumb into the palm of your hand like that, and you wrap your fingers around your thumb like that. That is a mini model of your brain. Now, the thumb in the middle represents your limbic regions. And these centers of the brain are interested in 3 core things. Number 1 is staying alive. Number 2 is how you're perceived by other people, so think social status. And number 3 is energy. And these 3 things drive everything that we do. They're all connected to survival. So we call this part of the brain the alive perceived energy brain, or the ape brain, alive perceived energy. So we've been evolving as human beings for over 200,000 years, and we've evolved to survive. That's why we're still around. And there's a hangover of survival habits that our brain prioritizes. These, like the ones you see on the slide here. So things like worrying and beating ourselves up and getting stressed, they're all connected back to survival. And what's happening in the COVID world and in the broader VUCA world is that these habits are getting agitated and we're doing more of them than are helpful. And these habits operate like any other habit. The more you practice them, the better you get. So if you want to get really good at beating yourself up or worrying or getting stressed, all you need to do is practice those things a lot, then you'll become world champions. And what we started to understand is that all of us are kind of carrying around these habits, and they just get in the way every day of us doing the kind of things that we need to do to be at our best. And they don't just get in the way of individual success, they get in the way of team success and organizational success and family success and well-being. So if we can manage them, that's really helpful. The good news is that if we go back to our mini brain model, the little finger in our model represents the blue area you can see on the screen. So this is the prefrontal cortex that runs from behind your eyes all the way to the top of your forehead. We call this the hack brain, the helpful attention control brain. And we imagine that a character runs this brain. The character's called Wilhelmina Power or willpower. You can decide which one it is for you. And we can use willpower to help us to manage the ape brain. Now, this is an energy session, an energy break. So actually, we can do a little bit of exercise to activate our prefrontal cortex. So if everybody stands up, I'm actually on my workstation treadmill. Yeah, I actually am on a workstation treadmill. I've just turned it on. But if you're not on a workstation treadmill, standing up will start to activate your prefrontal cortex a little bit. You could also, I'm going to try to jump up and down whilst walking. So you could also jump up and down as well. That will activate your prefrontal cortex. So that just turns on the clever part of our brain. That might energize you a little bit as well. And if we're going to build more habits, more helpful habits to be at our best, we can use our hack brain and willpower to first of all help us to self-watch ourselves. That is to step back and reflect on our helpful and our unhelpful habits. Recognize which habits are actually helping us to achieve our goals, which habits are getting in the way of us being healthy, happy, and at our best. And undoubtedly, it will be some of these things. And what we're going to think about, and what we teach people to do, is to analyze their habits and just target one small, unhelpful habit at a time. And we train people how to replace that unhelpful habit with something that's much more helpful. And if you get the skills to be able to do this, you can build up more and more helpful habits. And by doing this, you're creating what we call a purposeful development mindset. if we want to feel well in the challenging world that we live in, it's absolutely essential that we feel like we are moving forwards and making progress. We've all had that experience of trying to lose some weight and we keep stepping on the weighing scale and the needle isn't moving in the right direction. So we give up and we beat ourselves up. It's really important, if we're going to feel well, that we feel like we're making progress. And working on ourselves, working on building tiny new helpful habits allows us to do that. And it's not good enough just to do this individually. We need to do this collectively. And what we're seeing is this isn't our natural way of thinking, where our APE mindset is that we just go along and do what we always did. But when we actually empower people to work on themselves and build tiny new helpful habits across entire organisations, we call those organisations purposeful development organisations. And it's much easier for them to get these kind of outcomes, the kind of outcomes that we're going to need to increasingly achieve if we want to make all the successful changes we need to make to be even more efficient and effective and adapt to the new realities. So just empowering people to make tiny changes delivers all the outcomes you can see on the slide. And it really is just about, this is what we teach people to do, just teaching people how to make tiny little adjustments so that they can build new habits in these types of areas, everything from improving sleep, diet and exercise, to managing stress better, to being more productive so you can be more creative and more innovative, better habits so you can be a transformational leader and you can help others to be at their best. And when we get organisations doing that, we not only get what we call me power, we also get team power. And that's why we've created our Me Power Team Power coaching program that I'm going to give you free access to today. Before we do that, let's think about how can you and your team start to build more helpful habits. Well, it starts with what we call self-watching or intelligent self-watching. That is stepping back and analysing ourselves. And to make it super easy to do this, we've created something called the 8 Brain Test. And Mike, our fantastic producer, is going to send around a link that's going to give you access to the 8 Brain Test so we can work through it now in real time. It exists on our website. So if you can't see that link, all you need to do is Google Tougher Minds, get to that landing page, the front page of our website, and you will see a little link, a little red button in the top right-hand corner that says 8 Test. And if you click on that button, it takes you to the 8 Test. And if you press the button Take the Test, you'll be taken through a series of self-reflective questions where you give yourself a score for each one. There are 11 of these statements, and you'll end up with a self-reflection score or series of answers when you work through them. So I'd like everyone to work through the statements and get to the point where you can see all your answers collated together like that. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to do that. We're just going to go onto the clock. Just give you a minute to do that, just to orientate yourself, etc. Over to you. We are going to take some questions at the end of this, so if you have any questions, just make a note and we'll come back to them. But it should be fairly simple to work through. And this is self-watching intelligently. We're thinking about ourselves, the stuff that we're doing that's helping us to be healthy, happy and at our best, but also the stuff that's getting in the way and making it more difficult to be healthy, happy and at our best. So last few seconds just to finish that up. Don't worry if you haven't quite finished it, you can always come back to it later. So everyone should see a results page, something like that, with your own results in. So that's the self-watching piece. The next thing that we need to do if we're going to build a new habit is create an aim. Say, okay, well, here's the thing that I want to work on. Here's the one specific thing. And once you've targeted that, you then create a plan to work out, well, how am I going to improve that specific thing? We call this the swap cycle. You self-watch, you make an aim, and you make a plan. So if I go back to my results page, I might target my sleep. That's my aim. I want to improve my sleep. I can only change one tiny thing at a time. So although I might like to change lots of things, I've just got to go with one small thing. And to help me to create a plan, we've developed lots of little tools that we use with our clients, using the best behavioural science that we understand. We call them change aids. And one of the daily change aids that we have is what we call the daily tea plan. I'm going to show you how to create a daily tea plan, just to help you to build tiny new little habits every single day. T stands for tiny, empowering action. That's just writing down a tiny little thing that you can do every day that will make your life easier. It only takes 2 minutes every day, and it will save you hours. So you can do it in 3 simple steps. Step number 1 is you step back and you think about, how well did I do my best to be at my best and achieve my goals yesterday? 10 would be perfect, 0 would be a disaster. So I might say, well, yesterday I got a 7 out of 10. Step number 2 is I create my T, so a tiny empowering action. Here are some examples. So I might say, well, I'm only going to check the news once today. I might say I'm going to go for a 5-minute walk at lunchtime. I might say I'm going to eat a piece of fruit for breakfast. I might say I'm going to write down a positive reflection at the end of the day. Step number 3 is I have to say, why? Why do I want to do that? Why is that going to be helpful for me? So I might say, well, only checking the news once today will help me to concentrate and be more productive. Going for a 5-minute walk at lunchtime will help me to have a better afternoon. I'll feel better in the afternoon. Eating a piece of fruit for breakfast might mean that I start the day in a healthy way, and it might trigger some more helpful habits during the day. Writing down a positive reflection at the end of the day will help me to finish the day really well, so I can switch off, rest, recover, and get ready for the next day. So putting it all together, my best doing score, my T plan, I'm working on sleep, so I've been doing this for a while, so I can have a few elements. I've got no caffeine after 4 p.m, turn my tech off by 9 p.m, be in bed reading by 10 p.m. And then my Y is, it will make it easier to sleep well and be at my best tomorrow. So that's the T plan. The good news is, on your results page, if you click onto the community forum link, you can sign up for this. It's absolutely free forever. Every day in our community, we post our T plans, and you can add other people in so that people support you, get the social support. So that's one that I made earlier, and I create mine every day. Mine today is to drink 2 litres of water. So that's the T plan. So if we want to develop a purposeful development mindset, we've got to be able to step back, reflect, and work on those tiny little habits. But it's not good enough just to do it individually. We need to do it collectively and empower our team members and organisation to do it. And that's the kind of work that we do via our Me Power Team Power coaching programme. I want to make sure that everyone can get access to that later. The alternative is that you just do what you always did, but that's not going to cut it. Just tuning into that previous conversation, it's all about change, isn't it? The VUCA world, there's only one constant, and that is change. So in order to be at our best in that world, we've got to keep changing and developing ourselves. So we've got a virtual booth here. If anyone's got any questions about this, you want to learn more about it, just let me know. That's my direct email address. We're going to take some questions now, very shortly, or very, very quickly. That's the URL for the community forum in case you want to sign up to that. Thanks, guys. Louise, do we have any questions?
We do. Thank you, John, Dr. John. That was absolutely fascinating, and some really useful tips and tools there. I certainly found it very helpful. And we do have a question, which I didn't ask, but I very well could have. It's very relevant to me and how I sort of think I would approach this. And the question is, Dr. Finn, what are the techniques of replacing bad habits?
Very good question. So ultimately, we have to understand why we do what we do, and that's what behavioural science helps us to understand. So there are 9 core elements that we can break behavioural science down into. So, for example, social influence, triggers and reminders, rewards and penalties, personal motivation. And in our programme, we make it really easy for you to activate all of those ideas. There are several ideas that are activated implicitly by using just the simple tool like the T plan. So social status, connecting it to a bigger goal, creating a trigger, social support when you post in the community forum, intrinsic rewards by getting other people to like your post, etc. So there's some of the ideas, but you can get a full answer for that if you access the coaching program, which is free. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And then another question, very relevant to all of us now. What are the best ways to motivate a team when working from home?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it goes back to the behaviour change mechanics, and also having a model that you use to understand how well your team is performing. So we have our team power model, for example. But ultimately, very briefly, it's about getting everyone behind that big collective goal at the top of the mountain, metaphorically speaking, and then empowering everyone to work towards that. And really, you've got to start by making everyone feel safe. That means you've got to share some vulnerability as a leader, and you've got to connect that to the big purpose that everyone's working towards. But again, in our coaching program, we have extensive training to show people how to become transformational leaders, how to create really great teams, both in person and virtually, and ultimately both. So quick insight, but obviously can't go into too much detail in such a short space of time.
Well, really helpful and valuable. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Finn. If anyone hasn't been to the booth, please do go and have a look. I'm certainly going to make time to do this later. And I think we're going to be heading into our next panel session very, very shortly. So do stay with us. Dr. John Finn, thank you. Hopefully we'll speak again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
And we now head into our next live panel session. And this session is on the EU regulatory framework for sustainable finance, a very relevant topic. And we are going to have the session moderated by Nicola Higgs. And Nicola is a partner at Latham & Watkins. Nicola, over to you.
Thanks very much, Louise. And good morning to all of the AFME conference attendees. Thank you for logging in to join us for this panel. It's a real privilege to be moderating our panel of speakers this morning to discuss the EU regulatory framework for sustainable finance. And we're going to be using the time we have to discuss where Europe's financial institutions and regulators have got to in relation to the sustainable finance transition. And we hope to highlight some of the key opportunities and challenges and focus on the future direction of travel. It's a real pleasure to be joined by some experts in this field, and offering us the ESMA perspective, we have Dora Blanchet. Dora is one of ESMA's two coordinators in charge of sustainable finance. And as head of the supervisory convergence team, Dora's particular focus is on building sound and coherent supervisory capabilities and practices on ESG matters in the EU. Offering us a bank regulatory perspective, we welcome Slavka Eli. Slavka is Head of Banking and Markets, Innovation and Products at the EBA. She was appointed the head of the Supervisory Convergence Unit within the EBA in February 2013 and has been leading a lot of the convergence work across a whole range of topics. And we are pleased to welcome Judson Barkey, who will be offering the perspective of industry. Judson leads the sustainability regulatory strategy efforts at UBS. He's been helping the bank interact with and prepare to implement the rapidly developing sustainable finance agenda globally. He's been involved with risk and regulatory topics at UBS for close to 20 years, including the Basel prudential regime, the too big to fail reforms, and the OTC and other market structure changes. A lawyer by background, he also serves as the co-chair of the AFME Sustainable Finance Steering Committee. And finally, as Louise mentioned, I'll be moderating today's panel. My name's Nicola Higgs. I'm a partner in the financial regulatory team at Latham & Watkins, and I sit on our firm's global ESG task force, which seeks to track and find convergence in sustainability developments impacting financial institutions across the globe. So welcome all to the panel and to our attendees. Our first topic today is regulatory reform in the EU. And it's often said that the EU is a step ahead, a firm step ahead than some of its peers in the rest of the world in terms of formally legislating around sustainable finance. So it'd be interesting to get the perspective of the EBA and ESMA on where they see the EU currently with the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan. What is it all about? And what are the roles of the EBA and ESMA within that? So Slavka, I'll pass to you first to give us an EBA perspective.
No, thank you very much, and good morning to all of you, and thank you for the invitation and opportunity to speak at this conference. So going straight to your question, so as probably a lot of people understands that in the EU context, this process on sustainable finance is very much led by the European Commission. And in the first phase of implementation of a Sustainable Finance Action Plan, the actions and the legislative and non-legislative actions were very much centered around the three main elements. The first one was to ensure that there are reliable information on sustainability, and then I would say the most famous one is EU taxonomy, which now has been completed by the technical expert group, and Commission is in the phase of implementing it into the legal framework. The second topic is sustainability and risk management, where, for example, the EBA already looked preliminary on how to incorporate sustainability into risk management framework of banks, as ESMA and IOPA looked on the same thing in their sectors. And the third topic is long-termism in governance. On that, again, the idea is to look if the current legal framework is supporting or not supporting long-termism and what could be done about it. So that was the first phase. And that first phase is more or less completed. Of course, there is still a lot of work to do on the practical implementation side, but I would go straight into saying maybe what's coming. So starting with a short reference to all European legislators, that there is commitment from all sides, which is very important. So the political commitment comes not only from Commission, which of course the European Green Deal is a big issue with the new Commission, but also the European Parliament is supporting this direction with the declaration of climate emergency from November 2019, as well as European Council supporting and endorsing objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. So this is very important in the effort of the Europe to go to the right direction. And what can we expect? So as many of you maybe know, and many of you already probably replied, Commission was consulting on the renewed sustainable finance strategy over the summer. And these topics which have been consulted on, they are setting up the direction for the future changes, so where we can expect a regulatory change. And not just from this document, but Commission just recently published its new Capital Market Union strategy. And within that strategy, you can see that there is a combination of actions, how to combine green, capital improvement in capital markets, and digital. So we can expect additional changes in area of company reporting, transparency, improved data access, definitions, green securitization, corporate governance, many areas. Maybe I would use additional 30 seconds and then hand over to Dora on mentioning briefly where the EBA is at the moment with this effort, because I'm representing the banking regulator. So we are very intensively working this year on two documents, which you will see published very soon. The first one is a discussion paper on incorporation of ESG into risk management and supervision of banks and investment firms, with proposal for a fully fledged framework how to incorporate ESG. And the second one is disclosure, so technical standard on disclosure in Pillar 3, on which I think we will be speaking a bit more later. So these are the two main publications from the EBA side, and they are setting the framework for banking sector and investment firms. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. Thank you, Slavka. And Dora, what role is ESMA playing amongst all of this?
Yes. Good morning to everyone, and I just wanted to say that it's a pleasure to speak today with you and to you. So our work at ESMA is very much along the same lines and building in the context that Slavka has just very well described. Where I would put some more colors is really from our side as securities regulator. Our current work is focusing on really the sustainability related disclosures together with the other two ESAs, and I guess we will come back to that later. We are building up our risk assessment capabilities. We are now issuing 6 monthly sustainability related risk updates of the market. Then we have just issued a reply to the EU Green Bond consultation. So these are just a couple of examples of all the very active work that is currently ongoing in ESMA on the different angles of the sustainability related work. And maybe I will just highlight, as Slavka was saying, the Commission has consulted on what's next. So where should we put our focus going forward? And ESMA has also thought about what should be the focal points going forward. And maybe just to highlight a couple of examples where we see the need for more progress. So clearly ESG disclosure by companies is at the heart of the progress that needs to be achieved. Disclosures to be comparable, reliable, and relevant. Then another area where we see the need for improvement are ESG ratings, developing robust methodologies. Then we see a big challenge around availability of data that is also very much linked to capabilities of risk assessment. We see also opportunities. So all this is a very new framework, a new regulatory framework and new supervisory framework. So there is a room to ensure consistency, and this is an attention point going forward because there are a wide range of legislative initiatives in the pipeline, and it's important that we keep consistency among them. And maybe two last points. So financial education is very important for us. And the last point I wanted to make is, and also we will come back to that, is that the EU has a strong voice in international debates, but we really think that we should also play a key role in building international standards. And I will stop here. Thank you.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Dora. So Judson, you are sitting on the industry side, on the receiving end of a lot of these initiatives. How are you starting to think about the practicalities of being a firm under the renewed sustainable finance policy, and what type of initiatives have you been working on?
Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today, and thank you very much to my two co-panelists. You have nothing else for certainly giving us lots to chew over in the industry. It's been quite an interesting development watching the regulations promulgate out, and it really is very, very rapid pace that we're working at. And I think a lot of credit goes to the European Commission and the EU institutions really for driving this topic forward. Markets don't exist in a vacuum; they need rules and standards. So in that sense, the work being done is very helpful. It's not easy to be leading out in front of these sorts of topics, particularly when there aren't international standards. You don't necessarily have reference points to tie back to. So certainly, I recognize the challenges for institutions like the ESMA and the EBA to really come up with the guidelines that they're working on. Essentially, they're creating new rules that do not exist anywhere else at the moment. So it's we're certainly trying our best to figure out how we can work with the emerging standards, embed them into our own practices. We're obviously rapidly developing in the industry around sustainable finance, and I guess that's one of the other challenges here. When I think back to say the OTC reforms and MiFID and MiFIR, at that time there wasn't really a debate still going on about what is an interest rate derivative, what is a CDS. Those are pretty settled products. Here, I think we're in a slightly different dynamic. There's a lot of innovation, new products being developed, and weren't really even social bonds earlier this year. Now suddenly social bonds are one of the most used instrument of during the COVID period. On sort of sustainable finance investment terminology, depending upon which standard you look to, you can find anywhere between 3 and 8 different ways to label or describe an individual investment product. So you have rapidly developing market, and it's obviously you're getting influenced by the regulatory standards, and you're obviously wanting to try to contribute to those developments of the standards. And I think ultimately it's going to be a pretty dynamic road here, and some of the things maybe we've seen in past on some of the other market structure developments. You will need to think about how to build in flexibility, how to be adaptable over time, and I think it's very much a joint effort and journey that we're all on at the moment.
Thanks, Judson. So I think a consistent theme amongst all of those answers takes us on to our second topic for discussion, which is really the coordination and harmonisation between the EU and other sort of national and international initiatives that a lot of certainly the global financial institutions will be looking to navigate. So there's obviously a broad range of different sustainability initiatives in the EU to think about, and then layered on top of that is how they diverge with the broader pace of global change around sustainability initiatives, and trying to move in a one firm model whilst also sort of complying with the detail of the local regimes. So I think it'd be really interesting for us to have a discussion around your collective experiences in combating that challenge. And perhaps, Judson, if you could pick up on that trend and give the perspective of a GSIP, how has UBS organised itself internally to be able to manage and mitigate that challenge?
Yeah, as a global institution, we would always obviously love to have global standards. We're clearly not in that world, although in that sense, it's not a new experience. We saw a lot of that coming out of the 2008 crisis. Although I would say that there were at least some agreed goals or objectives to work towards, particularly on things like OTC or recovery and resolution planning, the Basel III reforms. So here we're in a different environment. So I think in the first instance, you were very focused on the EU action plan and trying to implement those requirements for our European operations. As a Swiss bank, we do have a similar situation to what we had under MiFID in the sense that we have a lot of European clients who we do business with in Switzerland. We're certainly planning to apply the same standards to them that we would if we were serving them within Europe as well. And then there'll obviously be a Swiss regime that develops. At the moment, Switzerland is in favor of a bit more of a market-led approach, looking to market standards to develop. And so we're actively working on those within our various industry associations in Switzerland, trying to see if we can come up with some approaches that work for the Swiss market, but obviously matching those up where we can with the European standards. And then looking more globally, obviously there are different approaches developing in Asia. They tend to be a bit more principle based at the moment. In terms of risk management standards, product disclosure standards. So I think whatever we do in Europe, should be leverageable to some extent. And then the U.S. clearly is still a bit of a open question where that's going to go, and no doubt driven in part by the upcoming election there. So essentially, are trying to build in a adaptability to our approaches. On, say, the prudential side, we're essentially trying to come up with risk management processes and frameworks and calculation methodologies that can essentially meet the different requirements of different jurisdictions. It is notable that for some jurisdictions it's climate, for some it's broader environment, for others it's ESG. So that also poses some unique challenges. But broadly, it's trying to develop global approaches where we can, where it makes sense, build in some adaptability, and obviously watch the other frameworks as they develop. And there's probably going to be a little bit of a knitting together a bit of a patchwork at times, but hopefully we can do this in an efficient and effective way.
Thank you. And Slavka, what's the EBA's perspective on that from a supervisory and a regulatory perspective? How is the interaction with global regulators playing out? And are you starting to see the pieces of the puzzle on international convergence starting to slot together yet?
Yeah, so first of all, I would start with saying that having internationally agreed standard is very much supported, and it's the best idea which we can wish for. But at the same time, it takes some time to get different jurisdictions, different regions on board and making them agree that this is a common interest and that we need to develop this standard. So it needs also some time and some movement at national level. So that's, I think, understood, but it's good to start with that. As already mentioned by the previous speaker, so there are differences in scope, first of all. So when you look on the European effort and regulation which is going there and mandates, they are capturing the broad range of ESG, so all three, environmental, social and governance issues, and while recognizing that the environmental is priority for now, already building a framework which incorporates all three elements, which means also that, for example, the EBA work is capturing already all three elements at the starting point, while again prioritizing E, but defining already S and G and trying to explain how it all comes together. Then I would mention the second very important global forum. It's not a policy setting body, but it's a very important movement. Is the Network for Greening Financial System, which is a voluntary setup by central banks and supervisors, already established in 2017. But now they have membership from all around the globe, still growing, and the EBA is also a member there. And NGFS is developing much more practical tools and doing a lot of research work, a lot of practical work for supervisors, with the objective of raising awareness and understanding of climate risk initially, but now the mandate has been expanded to environmental risk. So we have NGFS, I would say, as the most global type of forum, but they are not policy setting body. So, but the work which is being done there is groundwork for, I think, for all other policy setters. I would say in particular, maybe, for example, the publication from June this year on scenario analysis is a key piece of work on which all regulators and supervisors from major jurisdictions have been waiting, because this will be the basis for our future work. So you see some convergence there, and effort and understanding is that all of this should come together. And then I would mention also the Basel work. So Basel seems to be maybe a little bit behind, but there was already a mapping of supervisory practices in understanding and assessing climate risk. We published a short document on that. And Basel has set up a dedicated task force on climate risk, where there is a lot of good technical work going on now. I'm personally involved also in there, which is again approaching the issue from the climate risk perspective only, which is a relatively narrow perspective, but trying to understand from the Basel regulatory framework where does the climate risk fit, and if it's already well or not well reflected in the Basel standard, looking also deeper on supervisory practices, on gaps and challenges. So again, for me, seeing all this, being involved in NGFS, EBA work and Basel work, I see all of this coming together. And the direction is the same, the approach is broadly the same. So as a regulator, I do not worry significantly over developing different set of standards. It's more the matter of time, mandate, which we have, and how to convince everybody else where to implement this more practically later.
That's very interesting. Thanks for those insights, Laka. Dora, how about ESMA? I think you mentioned in the preparation for this call a perspective on how IOSCO might go about coordinating that work. Is there any colour you can shed for the panel on that?
Yes, so I think that similarly the banking regulators, also IOSCO, has started looking into sustainable finance and ESG related matters a few years ago, and it started by collecting, doing a stock taking of regulatory practices, of industry practices, and that led to a report that IOSCO published back in April of this year. And the main angles of future work, or not future but ongoing work in IOSCO, because IOSCO now has created a specific task force to deal with sustainable finance issues, is really looking into disclosures on the issuer side, disclosures on the asset management side, so very much focusing on investor protection and avoidance of greenwashing. Also, IOSCO is looking into ESG ratings and ESG data providers. The work, as I said, is ongoing, and the task force is expected to do some outreach to the industry at one point. The work is probably going to deliver more final outcomes in the second half of 2021 or early 2022. So this is maybe a quick update from where IOSCO stands in international coordination. And as I said, ESMA, together with the European national regulators, we are representing a strong European voice in this very important international work.
That's really encouraging to hear, Dora. And then certainly that timeline when we get through the first sort of wave of European implementation project, and being able to focus on international coordination so immediately, I think will be a great thing. Just a quick reminder to the audience, if you did want to submit any questions by Slido, please do, and we will try and make sure we pick them up before the end of the panel. We're moving on to our next topic, which is developing transition finance and mainstreaming of green products. What are the key trends around ESG investing? It's really tricky to pick up any newspaper at the moment and without reading about the sort of strong preference or the support for ESG investing, almost starting to trump sort of pure financial models, particularly in COVID. I think there are a number of ESG funds and ESG indices that outperformed their non-ESG rivals. And so that trend is ever increasing and ever growing. So it'd be really interesting, I think, to hear the perspective of the panel on this topic. And Judson, if I could just pass to you first, just to give your perspective on how financial institutions are starting to look at that trend from both a product and a prudential perspective.
Yeah, it's more than a trend. I mean, it's really a crescendo at the moment. we've been doing a few surveys over the past few years of both our institutional asset management clients and our wealth management clients, and these go across geographies. In asset management, it was roughly 600 asset owners across 46 countries. In wealth management, we surveyed more than 3,000 private clients over 13 individual markets. And in both cases, it's well north of 75% are saying that ESG investing in some form is clear priority for them going forward. They believe ESG factors will be material to financial performance, and in many instances, it's really a statement that at some point, it's not sustainable finance anymore. It's just finance. And this is where the end goal for all of this is. Now, it's a journey. We made some significant markers on that journey. Recently, we announced back in September that going forward for our private clients investing globally, we would recommend to them the sustainable finance offering as the default. We obviously can't force them to invest in any way, but our recommendation would be that if they will give us the discretion to manage their portfolio, we do that through a sustainable focused portfolio. So that's a clear statement on our part that we believe it's essentially in the interest of our clients. It's the way to think about investing going forward. We've seen incredible growth in our asset management business as well, and particularly in terms of strategies that have a climate focus to them. A lot of asset owners really are taking on board, the upcoming transitions that need to happen. The potential for transition risk and physical risk, and really want portfolios that are tilted in some form to recognize the dynamics around climate. So in that sense, it's demand led, in our view, and in terms of clients really wanting these kinds of investments going forward, and it's up to us to develop the products and the offerings that we believe can meet those demands in a credible and consistent way, and in a way that really is a sound offering. So it's a challenge for the industry, but it's an exciting challenge. It's a new set of products, and it's certainly one that's all about this whole transition path that we in the financial industry on, and we, in some sense, the whole economies are on in terms of trying to get to more sustainable.
Thanks, Judson. And Slavka, it's a really interesting challenge, therefore, I think, for regulators who, on the one hand are absolutely reminding financial institutions of the very significant role that they play in transitioning quickly and making sure they can support the global macro effort to transition to sustainable finance, given the role they play in the broader economy. But presumably that also presents a challenge for the legislators to make sure that the legal framework is there to support that crescendo of this trend for ESG investing that Judson just described. So just wondering if you had some perspectives on that.
Yes, sure. So first of all, I'm again happy to hear from the industry side that there is this high demand, which is also our understanding from the mapping and risk analysis work. We, for example, in the banking sector, all banks which have been asked that question are either having sustainable products or in the process of developing them, or very soon be under development. So this is really a trend. It's also triggered by customers' demand, investors' demand. So the movement is clearly there, and that's very good. And speaking about regulation, the way I see is that regulation should enable this development, of course, with certain safeguards on limiting or avoiding greenwashing. So we just don't label everything green now because it's a new trend. So that's an important role of the regulation. But speaking about the banking sector, I would also maybe say a few words about the approach there. On the side of the loan book, banks are, in the EU context, a very significant provider of financing of companies compared to the US market. So that the financing of transition in the EU context, the banks play a key role. So if I remember correctly, over 70% of the EU economy is financed via corporate loans, SMEs loans. So, and this is also a great opportunity for the sector, for the banking sector, to finance transition. And I might sound a little bit as promoter, and I'm a regulator. So how this comes together? So in this work I mentioned on incorporation of ESG into risk management and supervision, which we will be publishing hopefully very soon, we are actually providing the idea and proposal that think about proactive approach to sustainable finance as a risk mitigating tool. So there is a role for prudential supervisors to guide banks on the direction of think about your business model, about your product compositions, and where can you support your clients in transition. So I see a lot of space there in financing transition and transition loans, and seeing banks as an advisor to companies they currently finance on their path to the transition to more sustainable economy, rather than having exclusion strategies. If you are brown, we will stop financing you. So that's the opportunity for banks, for example, to take it from the perspective of advising clients on the transition path, rather than stopping or excluding the financing. So, and in this report on which we are working now, we try to explain the main elements on where banks should be looking at to reshape their strategies, their business models, and support their clients as a proactive approach in mitigating potential impact of ESG risks in a long-term time horizon. So this is on the side of the opportunities. And then when it comes to regulation, I briefly mentioned, and I can say a few words now. So from the EBA side, we are very much supportive of labeling of products, the effort which Commission started to continue that, the effort in green bonds, really having products which are labeled and clear to the investor, and including professional and non-professional investor. So labeling of products is important. Additional regulation which can help is green securitization. For example, in our response to Commission, we also flagged the portfolio of green covered bonds as a good opportunity to have a dedicated type of product on the market with perspective to grow, as well as maybe introduction of new type of instruments like infrastructure instruments, infrastructure products to finance transition to more sustainable green infrastructures which are needed. So there are a number of initiatives which Commission already has in mind. So from that perspective, the regulation can be enabling this new products to be developed. But of course, there is a big part on the industry to be creative and create those new products. So the regulation will not create it. Regulation can enable and support the direction. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had a couple of questions in, so I'll pick them up before we move on to our last two topics. The first one is, what will be the next steps to increase better application of both the S and the G factors within ESG, and how are NCAs going to support the control of the new governance principles? Slavka or Dora, do you have any perspective on that, of the work being done by the European bodies?
Yes, so if I may very briefly, in this piece of work for banks and investment firms, we are actually proposing common definitions and the main principles for incorporation of E, S, and G into risk management. So please wait for that. And it's a discussion paper where we are asking your input. So we are proposing a framework for you, and you will read very soon that includes all the three elements and what are the expectations. I already outlined some of them on this reshaping the strategies and all of that, but there are also other elements as part of the risk management. And then we can maybe have more informed discussion about what does it mean step by step in practical implementation.
That's very, very good to hear. That's quite certainly a question that comes up a lot in implementation work. Another question that's come up is, it sounds like some banks are more advanced than others in developing their sustainable finance agendas internally. So again, maybe Slavka, this is one for you. Do you have any sense of concerns within the EBA around the sort of different pace of change amongst bank institutions across Europe in terms of some falling behind, some being further ahead? Do you have any perspectives on that?
I mean, this is definitely true that there are some leaders, there are some a bit lacking behind. There are different surveys, including one of the paper we have done at the staff level. So yes, but exactly that's why we have the mandate on which we are working on to set up basic rules, because no matter how big the bank is, the ESG risks are there or will be there, and some minimum preparation and minimum incorporation into the risk management strategies will be needed. So yes, we are aware of this, and it's part of the process. And from what I communicated with some industry members, they are waiting for regulations, especially those who are lagging behind. They are waiting to set up the direction clearly by regulators, and then I expect that the move will start more clearly after that, and that's where we are aiming with our work. So it is part of the process, but we are building foundation with all the work at the Commission and ESAs, and the implementation will still take some years, but it's important to start and to take these steps. So just to maybe add that including the work which we are doing, which I mentioned on incorporation into the risk management, it will still need to be implemented through the relevant guidelines and standards. So the work we will be publishing this year is just a proposal of a concept as a discussion paper. Then that will be the final proposal next year, and then it will be translated into provisions of specific guidelines and standards. So there are still a couple of years for banks to implement this. So it's not coming immediately, but at least they will understand the direction.
That's good to hear. Moving on to our next topic, and this is really around sort of the reliability and the credibility and integrity of ESG data. For the ESG ecosystem around disclosures and risk management to work, there is a need for transparent, reliable information and appropriate methodologies and metrics. And Dora, I think you've already picked up on that being a focus area for ESMA in terms of the evolution of ESG data availability. We saw the announcement from the Commission yesterday on delaying the implementation of the SFDR level 2, which is the need to disclose against very granular ESG data metrics, and presumably in part that's due to the evolution of ESG data more broadly and the unavailability of that data currently to allow firms to comply with those disclosure standards. We see very similar disclosure standards on the low carbon benchmark side, and so it'd be interesting to see whether there's an equivalent delay of the level 2 on that. But just turning to Judson first, how are you as a firm practically going about managing the numerous different disclosure standards across the European regulations, conflicted with the availability of the data?
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think we're still trying to figure it out. So that's where the Commission's decision is in some sense welcomed. I think we saw that going back a few years with MiFID, where essentially there was a delay on the initial MiFID deadlines because of recognition that the market needed to do some more work. And so in that sense, there's work to do, whether it's on the product disclosure side or on the banking side. All the efforts to do sort of climate scenario analyses and other sort of sensitivity tests. There's a high data dependency there too, and I think across the industry we're rapidly trying to work on that. It's new endeavors for us. We're trying to collect together data sources that we haven't had to. I'm sure that there will be service providers rapidly stepping into the market, and some of them already are. So that will be a useful key element, particularly for firms that are potentially a little bit earlier in their own evolutionary path in terms of trying to develop either new products or get ready for some of the disclosures. So I don't think there's any silver bullet here, and it's going to be a combined effort of some of the regulations, forcing disclosures needed for the finance sector to make their disclosures. The finance sector obviously needs to do its part. There will be other utilities, I'm sure, develop that will support the broader market, and so I think we're on a journey here, as I said before, and this is going to take a few years. And so I think we need to think in terms of years more than quarters or 12 months in terms of getting to the end point. And I think you're probably, I guess our one view would be to let's walk before we run. You maybe start a bit more focused. There's some disclosures that are probably easier to make because the data is better there. So maybe having some initial key focus areas would be useful. Climate obviously is a key topic that stretches across a number of products and regimes. So I think just having some patience with how things develop and being pragmatic in terms of where the requirements really are pitched and giving the industry a bit of time to get it organized, it would be quite useful.
Yeah, agreed. And Dora, you raised this topic earlier on in the panel. I was just wondering if you could drill down a little bit more on ESMA's perspective of this issue for firms.
Yes, so clearly there is a challenge here. It's a challenge for the industry. It's a challenge for regulators. At the same time, if we do not move ahead, I'm afraid that we will still be in the same situation. So in a couple of years, so it's an iterative process, and we will improve the different elements of the puzzle, I guess, together going forward. Maybe I will just spend a few thoughts about where we stand on the disclosure regulation related work, and this is not just an ESMA work, it's an ESA's work, so it's EIOPA and EBA are also involved in this, but I guess this is of interest to this audience. So we have, you know that we are mandated by the Commission to come up with proposals for regulatory standards under this regulation, and we have been very intensively working on this, and we received a very valuable input from the industry at a hearing that we organized back in July, and also until over the summer until September when the consultation closed. Maybe what I can say on the consultation is that there are three types of comments that we have received, and my colleagues are currently working and analyzing all the replies to this consultation. So, of course, there were concerns raised on the methodology that we proposed for the principal adverse reporting framework. Just to say, there is a level 1 requirement to come up with indicators. We have, so we are aware of the concerns raised, and we are looking into that methodology currently. This is very much linked to the other point that was raised around availability of data. And we are conscious about that, but we are also thinking that, as I said before, we have to find the right balance between being ambitious and at the same time not to estimate of what is possible to be done as of today by the industry. And then there was the third element of comments related to the boundaries between green and light and dark green products. And here as well, I just wanted to say that these are level 1 definitions, so it's not really ESA's role to give a definition that was not given in the original text, but we understand that there are also comments and concerns around the boundary here. And maybe I wanted to also quickly react to what you were saying about the Commission Commission, how I say, informally or saying that the entry into application of the RTS will be delayed. So this is not something we have been officially informed of as of today, or preference or yeah, would be, and this is something we would encourage the Commission to consider not the RTS entry into application, but more the level 1 entry into application to be considered when that would be the best time. So I just wanted to quickly react on that, but on the delay of the RTS entry into application, I can't comment on that. We haven't been officially informed of that by the Commission. Maybe I will stop here.
Understood. Thank you, Dora. Slavka, we have 1 minute to go on our panel, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to comment on the data credibility point from the bank perspective and any thoughts you have.
Yes or no, thank you. Very briefly on adding to Dora's speaking about all 3S's work on disclosure, I just wanted to briefly add that, of course, the EBA is also working on Pillar 3 banks disclosures on ESG. There, as we already communicated in our action plan, we would like to introduce the new type of metric, preliminary called green asset ratio, and we are working on that. And very importantly, also, we understand that there are challenges in data availability, so we would like to take a phased approach on Pillar 3 disclosures. And it's phase 1, just to focus more on E and focus more on targets and estimation of some ranges of targets, and less on direct exposures to ESG risks for which more data is needed. Some exposures will have to be covered, but then later we would like to extend the indicators to more E and S and G. So just to mention this phasing of work. So thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you so much. And thanks to the panel. That was a really fascinating discussion. I hope our audience enjoyed it too, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you to the panel. That was certainly a very comprehensive and informative insight into the key topics and challenges for sustainable finance. We're now going to lead into a 15-minute network break, so an opportunity to refuel and have a chat with some of the other delegates. And we'll see you back for the final session of the day in about 15 minutes from now. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our next live panel. I'd just like to check that you've got your Slido up and running, because we're going to be running some audience poll questions. So make sure that you're good to go so that you can really engage with the next session. We're going to be discussing financial crime and the new European Commission Action Plan. It's moderated by Susanna Cogman, partner at Herbert Smith Freehills. Susanna, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And thank you to AFME for hosting us to discuss what I think is a particularly topical and important subject matter. So I'm first going to introduce my fellow panelists, and I am really pleased to be joined by three expert speakers. And I will apologise for any mispronunciation of their surnames that I'm about to try. So firstly, Dr. Dirk Houbrich, who is Head of Conduct, Payment and Consumers at the European Banking Authority. He's responsible for the regulation of payment services, consumer protection, depositor protection, and AML and CTF across the EU. And previously, Dirk has held roles across the private, academic and public sectors, including with consulting firm Accenture, the UK Prime Minister's Strategy Unit, and the Universities of Oxford and London. I'm also joined by Maria Stolper, who is Head of Group Public Affairs for Nordea Bank, and she is responsible for Nordea's input to policymakers to support discussions relating to the development of the financial industry's regulatory framework, with the development of a strong defence against financial crime, of course, being a key area of engagement. And Maria has 25 years of experience at managerial positions within financial services. And last but not least, Jo Schwinjadau, who is Head of the Financial Stability, Prudential Policy and AML Supervision Department at the National Bank of Belgium. And since the inception of the EBA, Jo has been an alternate or member of the Board of Supervisors there, and from July 2018 has been Vice Chairman of the EBA. And very relevantly for us, from February 2020, he has been the Chair of the EBA Standing Committee on Anti-Money Laundering and Countering the Financing of Terrorism. And as has been mentioned, my name is Susanna Cogman. I'm a partner in the financial crime team at Herbert Smith Freehills, so specialising in AML, ABC, sanctions, and all those sorts of good things. So in terms of the format today, we'll be working through a number of topics. As has been mentioned, we've got some polling questions as well, and we are very happy to take questions from you, the audience, as we go along. We've also left some time for Q&A at the end. The context to our discussion, of course, is the Commission Action Plan, which I hope you're all aware was published in May 2020. That's built on 6 pillars: the effective implementation of existing rules, establishing a single EU rulebook, so should some of the directive become a regulation, for example, introducing EU-level supervision of AML and CTF, support and cooperation for FIUs, enforcing EU criminal law provisions and promoting information sharing, and strengthening the international dimension of the EU's framework, so the high-risk third country work, for example. Since the publication of the action plan, there's been some important follow-up work, including EBA reports on the competent authorities' approach to AML supervision, the EBA response to the action plan, and the EBA's report on the future AML framework in the EU. And I'm sure we'll hear some more about, I know we'll hear some more about all of those. And those, of course, will feed into the Commission's plan, which is to present a package of AML legal proposals in the first quarter of 2021. So this really is a fast-moving and very topical area. So without further ado, I wanted to move on to our first subject, which is looking at moving towards a maximum harmonisation approach in respect of AML and CTF regulation. I've mentioned the EBA response to the Commission on this subject, which was published just about a month ago, which is an important but a very full and detailed document. So I suspect not all of our listeners will have read the whole document. So perhaps I can turn first to Jo to kind of walk us through some of the key points and current thinking in that area.
Okay, thanks, Susanna, and thanks for having me on this panel. As you mentioned in your kind introduction, I will not speak for EBA. That's I leave it to Dirk. But as you said, as chair of the AML Standing Committee, we were hopefully helpful and instrumental for achieving the result you referred to, the opinion that that EBA published some 1 month ago, more or less. As you said, it is the objective of having a single rule book for AML CTF related matters, and I think first of all it's important to stress that this is a necessary condition for the other dimension we will discuss later on, that is a EU AML supervisor. There is a clear link between having a single rule book, or the necessarily having a single rule book on the one hand, and a centralized EU-wide supervisor. Why do we need that single rule book? First of all, to avoid divergent applications of existing rules that are now enshrined in directives and in national laws transposing these directives. And that has a detrimental impact. And I think in the document we gave quite a lot of examples where there is detrimental impact of having a not harmonized framework. And a harmonized framework needs also to enhance and facilitate a common approach. I think there are 4 main blocks, and I will be brief. On the one hand, we identified deficiencies, domains where harmonization is needed. Harmonization, that means that the European legislator needs to move parts of the directive into a regulation. Not necessarily all the dimensions, but at least significant parts of it. And without being exhaustive, but the main ones being all the issues related to CDD. That was, I think, a key point. Systems and control requirements, as we have it in the prudential domain. I think that is also necessary to have much more harmonized approach in that area. In the area of cooperation between AML supervisors, but also, and even more importantly, between AML supervisors and other type of supervisors, prudential supervisors, other public authorities, FIUs, mainly in a cross-border context, for example, through colleges. So that is one dimension where we identify deficiencies that need to be addressed through further harmonization. But there was and I think that is also important. It's not only harmonization. We identified also dimensions where the current rules are considered or perceived too weak, and where we need a strengthening of the existing rules, and that could probably also done through directives. That there, I think we are more open. There we identified the issue of supervisory powers, the powers and the measures that AML supervisors can take. We've seen that also based on, unfortunately, some high-profile cases in Europe, that there is a need to strengthen that dimension. Another dimension is related to the reporting requirements. Now it is concentrated and focused mainly on suspicious transactions. We agreed that it would be wise not only to focus on transactions, but also to broaden the scope and to have a look also at suspicious activities. So it's on the one hand transactions, on the other hand suspicion activities, and so broaden the scope of the reporting requirements. Then there is the debate on who is obliged entity. And there we have a lot of, let's say, mostly technical issues that needs to be addressed to make clear that new developments with regard to VASPs or with regard to investment firms and funds are adapted towards the new developments with regard to AMLD. So to converge and to make sure that we have a clear list of obliged entities, and for each obliged entity, depending on the level of risk, what are the requirements for these entities. And then the last dimension that was clarified in the opinion is the consistency in the sectoral financial services legislation. And there are mainly two dimensions. The first being make sure that addressing MLTF risks throughout the supervisory process, and that's going from the authorization process, qualifying holdings, passporting regimes, suitability assessment, to make sure that throughout these processes and throughout the different sectors, there is a consistency with the and addressing in a consistent way MLTF risks. And the second dimension is clarifying the interaction between these AML rules and the specific provisions in sectoral legislation. And there you see a quite exhaustive and a list of technical issues that needs to be fixed in order to make a coherent set of European regulation. So to conclude, this is a necessary step in order to be able to pass to the next round, being developing a EU centralized supervisor. But we did not only focus on harmonization, but also on deficiencies, strengthen the dimension, where we need to strengthen rules and to make coherent with other sectoral rules. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. That's really helpful. And we may come back and touch on a few of the specific points you've mentioned. I just wanted to ask Maria, so from the perspective of someone in the regulated sector, what are your sort of thoughts and observations about this shift towards a more harmonised approach?
Well, thank you, Susanna. I think it's great. That's a short summary. But just to put it a bit in perspective, I mean, Nordea is the largest bank in the Nordics. We operate across the 4 Nordic jurisdictions today. And over the last year, since 2015, we invested like 850 million euros in stronger defense lines. And those are, of course, done to a large extent centrally, because that's the way to really get the strength and get the analytics in place and all the strong transaction monitoring, etc. And for us, that if I may do a sports analogy, it's like playing football with 4 different sets of rules. You know, so you got 4 rule books. You're playing this football game, and in addition, you have like 5, 6 referees running around with slightly different approaches. Of course, with all the good intents, but that's the situation we live in today. So this is extremely welcome from our side. I think key here is, and I think that's the challenge here for the regulators, to not make it too prescriptive, not too much tick in the box, but to make it stay risk-based. And I personally don't envy you this. It's a complex thing to get in place, to get clear, detailed rules, why they still should be risk-based. But that's where we come from on this one.
Yeah, I think that point you raise about remaining flexible is actually going to be a really challenging one. So I know the EBA report talks about a focus on outcomes in relation to CDD, so that one doesn't become overly prescriptive. But I think certainly from some of my clients' perspective, even the current directive CDD and EDD requirements on occasion are very prescriptive. And although there's the risk factors guidance to support that, that's a sort of over 100-page document and so difficult to proceduralize. So without wishing to throw an impossible question back to Joe, I'd be interested in any thoughts on whether a regulation really can achieve the aim of focusing on outcomes without being unduly prescriptive and moving away from a risk-based approach.
That is, of course, the $1 million question. But I understand Maria's and your concern in that respect. But I think we have experience in that matter in the prudential area. In the prudential area, we have also at least part regulation, and this will be also the way for the AML regulatory framework, that we will have partly regulation, partly remain in rules and directives. And I think that is, of course, crucial. There is no intention at all to get away from the risk-based approach. I would say, on the contrary, that is enshrined in the current directives. That principle is not, I would say, at risk. That remains the basic underlying principle. But I admit your point, and I see your point. It remains crucial to have outcome-based. That means that not necessarily everything needs to be detailed in the regulation as such. We can also work with, as we do in the prudential area, with, let's say, RTS, ITS, where we give additional mandates to EBA and to the level 2 legislator to precise more in detail and remain outcome focused at the level of the regulation. So I think it's a challenge, but we have experience, and it may not at any price diminish the risk-based approach.
I'm just going to ask our audience effectively if they where they are on this issue. So if we can have our first poll question, which we can look at whilst we start introducing our next topic as well. So do you think that codifying part of the directive in a regulation will be helpful because it may promote greater consistency and raise standards? Helpful for some other reason? Unhelpful because rules may become too prescriptive, or unhelpful for some other reason? And I'm just giving that a couple of minutes while people slide up and down. And interestingly, because actually I thought there would be perhaps more people on the prescriptive side of the fence, but it looks as if the overall view, if we can take the results, is that it will be helpful because of greater consistency, but with a sort of significant minority concern along the lines we've just been discussing. Okay, we may again come back to some of that, but we should move on. The next topic we were going to talk about was de-risking. And so again, some people may be aware that there was a call for input launched by the EBA in June to understand the drivers, scale and impact of de-risking in the EU. Dirk, could I turn to you first to talk to us a little bit about this subject, please?
Yes, good afternoon. So thank you very much. Very interesting poll result that we've just had. Quite some support for the approach that we have proposed. So that's very encouraging to hear. So when it comes to de-risking, what you're just asking me, Susanna, thank you very much. The EBA has issued a call for input a few months back. It was actually the first EBA's call for input that we've ever published. For those of you who are not familiar with the EBA, maybe many of your audience members are more familiar with ESMA, who uses a very similar approach. What the EBA usually does is we develop some draft requirements, and then we go into public consultation by issuing a consultation paper in order to gather the views of the external stakeholders on the proposals that are published in the consultation paper, and then we assess the responses and we see whether we find the arguments convincing and need to amend the guidelines or the technical standards. What we've done with the call for input is, for the first time, we've actually approached external stakeholders to provide us with their views before we even start developing proposals on how to address a particular issue. Although we have made minor references to de-risking in previous publications of the EBA already, we haven't done that in a very concise and comprehensive way. So it was the first time that we've issued a call for input. The reason why we did it is because we only have so far collected anecdotal evidence that across the EU, some respondent banks have had their corresponding banking relationships terminated because apparently of their risk profile. As a result, some have in turn closed customers' accounts to mitigate these the AML risks that they were perceiving, while others have lost access to services, for example, dollar clearing. We've also collected anecdotal evidence that entire categories of customers or businesses that are associated with higher money laundering risks, for example, some NGOs or faith organizations, or customers who are asylum seekers from high-risk countries, or businesses operating in particular sectors, had their financial services withdrawn. But this was only anecdotal evidence, so we wanted to get a comprehensive view and issue this call for input. And I'm pleased to say that it closed a few weeks back, that we've broken a record at the EBA in terms of written submissions, written written responses provided to the EBA. I think we have had 320 responses received, which breaks the previous record of 240 or so. So the interest is definitely there. There is an issue out there that we need to resolve, and we are now starting to assess the responses, which will take a little while longer than we expected because of the scale of responses. And we'll then see what actions we need to take. We have no foregone conclusions about what we are going to be doing, if we're going to be doing something at all, because we'll have to assess the merits of the arguments that are presented to us. For those of you who are not aware, when we, for example, publish our final technical standards or final guidelines, after consultation, we publish a feedback table where we go through every single response that has been provided to us, every issue that has been raised with us, every concern, every request for clarification, and we publish this. These can be very long documents, 50, 70, 80, 100 pages long, where we go through every single response, and we'll apply the same methodological rigor to this call for input. We go through every single response. We try, of course, we categorize them, we summarize them, and then we want to understand whether there is merit and whether the concerns or the points made, the arguments made to us, both by those impacted by de-risking, as well as those that have actually applied de-risking as a practice, whether we consider them to be valid, and then we will decide how to deal with it. Options are various. There's an opinion on money laundering risks that we're going to be writing and publishing probably in the first quarter of next year, where some requirements could be put in. We are also working on a revision of our risk-based supervision guidelines, and we are just assessing the response at the moment to the risk factor guidelines that we published for consultation earlier in the year, and there may be opportunities that we introduce something there. So all options are on the table at the moment. We're going to be guided by the evidence and the rigor of the arguments that are presented to us to decide what exactly our next step will be.
Thank you very much. A hugely important and I think interesting area. I mean, again, I'd quite like to ask Maria, by way of follow up on any perspectives you have on this area, which I think is a particularly tricky one for financial institutions to deal with.
Actually, yes, and I think this is an extremely interesting discussion, and I'm really happy that this consultation came out, because I think there are also some misperceptions, because even internally, we need to first, when we did our response, to try to separate between de-risking, which is when we strategically decide to, for example, step out of certain sectors or geographies or so, and the limitation of services or exclusion of certain customers due to anti-money laundering rules or ethical principles. So if I may just dig a bit deeper in examples here. So for example, if we would step out of the giving any type of finance into the palm oil industry, because we don't want to be associated with the climate risks that are associated with that, and reputational risk for Nordea if we would be in that business. That would be a typical de-risking. We have, as a bank, also done some geographical de-risking, decided to focus on the Nordics also because it's efficient. That's another kind. And as Dirk mentioned, also on correspondent banking, both because of the increased requirements on due diligence and also just for efficiency reasons, you can't have as many correspondent banks as we used to have. So those are 3 examples of pure de-risking. And then we have some other, as I said, that maybe perceived as de-risking, but it's actually individual customer decisions. So when a customer, for example, with several occasions we've asked for some completing information on their KYCs, the ongoing due diligence process, records that we need to keep updated, and they don't respond. And we remind again, and they don't respond again. Then we're forced to limit their services. So that's one typical example where it's actually not a de-risking. We have certain scenarios of, as you mentioned, the cross-border, in particular to risk areas. Other risk indicators are the use of cash, and where we cannot see where the money is going, and the customer doesn't seem to be able to explain this business model to us, so we feel totally confident that they actually have all the AML controls in place. And so these type of certain sectors have a tendency to have a higher AML risk than others. And here I would actually refer to some excellent work done by our regulators, including the Finnish FSA, who recently published a report on the payment system in Finland, where they pointed out some risk factors on some part of the sectors. We see a correlation between how we have behaved towards individual customers and what we needed to do, and the risks that they see on some red areas, so to say, on high AML risks. So that may seem like it is a sector being excluded, but it's actually an individual customer decision. So we must do this, of course, because those are the rules and because we want to be a responsible bank. In the long run, and for us as a society, this could mean that there are certain customers and customer categories that they don't have a bank, they cannot perform the services that they want to do. That is a joint problem that we have, that we, together with the supervisors, together with the regulators, together with the politicians, need to solve. We have a certain type of companies that just cannot execute their payments because the way they do it is too risky. Or how do we solve that? So that is, it's a very, very interesting consultation, and I'm really looking forward to the next steps from the EBA on it.
Can I maybe come in, Susanna, on this point? Would that be okay? Yeah, just to ask, thank you very much, Maria. That's very interesting. Of course, the comment that you will probably expect me to say is, if there are higher risks, higher AML risks with certain customers, then indeed, de-risking in terms of terminating the business relationship is, of course, one option. But that's a very extreme option. It's about managing those risks. So it's about you actually taking measures not to terminate the business relationship, but actually to put measures in place that manage the risk, the higher risk of some of your customers. So it's one challenge I put to you, to what extent you have considered those options, or are you using those options as well? Because, as I said, terminating a relationship is a rather extreme option, but which may be necessary in some cases. But given the scale that that de-risking appears to occur across the EU, we wonder whether it's used potentially excessively. So that would be one question. And the second and last question I have, Maria, would be at the very beginning of your intervention, you just said, I think you referred to the palm oil industry and de-risking of the palm oil industry. Can you just clarify what AML risks, money laundering risks in the palm oil industry exist that would have led you to de-risk certain entities in that sector? Or are you talking about other risks? Is this about you want to be responsible?
It's totally other risk. It's a reputational risk, and it's
risk. Okay, all right, okay, but not related
to non-AML related example. Yes. Yeah. So are some of the geographic decisions we made. They're not because of AML. It's because we want to focus our business to do what we're best at, which limits the risk for us on being in areas where we don't know enough about the jurisdiction.
Yeah. Okay.
With regards to adjusting the services, absolutely, this is something we're trying to do. But to be a little bit blunt, I mean, what some of these companies want to do is certain transactions that we just cannot allow, because they are for example, high-risk cash transactions cross-border without a proper explanation, as an example. And then, of course, that's what they want to do because that's kind of the core of their business model. And of course, if we can say you can have an account, you can do this and that locally here, it doesn't really help them because it's not the business they want to do. So I think we need to work together with the regulators, not necessarily only kind of the banking regulators, but those regulators that are scrutinizing them for what they do in order to see, I mean, how does their business need to change in order to do what their business idea is, to fulfill the AML requirements that they actually should live up to as well. And it's not easy for either of us, but I think it's we need to find a middle ground, and we always try first to find a way, and it's only basically on sanctions where we must kind of do nothing with certain customers and so on.
Okay. I think it is a challenging area because from the perspective of the individual financial institution, as you were saying, Maria, that even if you wish to take to retain a customer and, for example, apply enhanced monitoring, the additional compliance costs may then mean that business is just not particularly economic for the institution. So one can see the sort of wider societal benefit in preventing de-risking, but from an individual financial institution's perspective, it may make good business sense to come out of particular sectors which are either too risky or where the compliance costs would be too high. So the challenge of finding a middle way between the public benefit and the individual institutions, I think, is going to be a very interesting one for the EBA to try and square that circle. I just wanted to come on, and again, perhaps we can return to that if we have questions, but wanted to make sure we also covered one of our next topics, which is developments in AML and CTF supervision in Europe. And concerned that everyone on the panel may furiously agree with each other on this subject, we did have a poll question that I just wanted to kick off with to see what the audience thinks. And for those who are controlling the Slido, I have skipped a few questions. So the question I want to ask is whether the audience agrees that there should be a new EU-level AML CTF supervisor. Yes or no?
No, this question.
We've got a different question, but that's also an interesting one. So, yeah, we'll go with that one first. Let's see what the audience thinks.
No, now we have the other one. Okay, excellent.
Okay, excellent. How interesting.
Oh, that's really interesting. I like your audience. They just support all of your great work. So that's a great industry to regulate.
I have to say,
we are very happy that the EBA scope in anti-money laundering supervision has been extended to the investment sector because you have very enlightened members, at least in AFME, amongst your industry. Very good.
Yeah, I have to sort of say I thought there would be more no's, although they are creeping up.
Okay, my comment. No, I said the comment deliberately, so to provoke a little bit of a different reaction. Now we have a more balanced response. Sorry.
Very good. Well, we're still 70% in the right place, if from I think the panel's perspective. Can I just ask another quick question then, which is which model for a new AML or CTF supervisor the audience thinks would be most effective? And our options are a number that have been suggested by the EBA in previous documentation as possible models. So coordinating role without supervising powers, indirect supervision of some regulated firms, indirect supervision of all regulated firms, direct supervision of higher risk firms with indirect supervision of others, or finally direct supervision of all regulated firms. And again, I'll just give it a few seconds for the polls to come in. And interestingly, it may be that we have a slightly greater divergence here between panel views and audience views. No, okay, so our winning option appears to be direct supervision of some higher risk firms and indirect supervision of others, but a bit more of a mix of responses on this one. Okay, Dirk, perhaps I can turn to you to tell us a bit about the EBA's view on the best model for the proposed new supervisor.
Yeah, I mean, what your audience seems to prefer is more or less in line with what we are recommending as well. So I'm again impressed about the state of enlightenment of your audience and AFME members. So there's a spectrum basically of different types of approaches that could be followed, which on the one hand of the spectrum would foresee only a coordinating role for that central EU body without any supervisory powers on one extreme end of the spectrum, whereas on the other extreme end of the spectrum, it would be a direct supervision of all obliged entities for that entity. So both extremes are probably not conceivable, because one would not change anything much, and the other one would probably be quite a cost endeavor as well as a simply scope challenge that would be met. So in the middle of these two extreme ends are then various variations of what we would be calling a hub and spoke model. So where the single EU supervisor cooperates with national authorities, so that the national authorities retain some of their powers, and then it's a matter and some of their roles and mandates, and then it's a matter of which precise mandates and roles they would transfer over to the EU supervisor, and which ones they would retain, and then there would then be a scaling towards more of a central supervisor. Or not, depending on which variation you would take. And that is basically, as all of these things that we have put back to the Commission in our response, is of course a decision for the Commission and the co-legislators, the Parliament and the Council, to make. Our recommendation is that it should be a hub and spoke model, and such a hub and spoke model has particular advantages, particular benefits. Because we, of course, would want to make sure that it doesn't take 3 or 4 years for such a supervisory authority to be put in place to hire the resources, set up the infrastructure, and only then to start working. I think there are some issues in AML supervision across the EU that require to be dealt with urgently. And therefore, we have, as an EBA, we have the view that that urgency needs to be respected. And also the cost aspects need to be taken into account. And for that reason, we consider a hub and spoke approach suitable. It leverages on the skills of the competent authorities and the expertise that they have, and the EU supervisor that is in the making can draw on these existing relationships. So for that reason, we consider such an approach to be preferable. In respect of the role of the EBA, we have put forward our views that there is merit in making use, at least potentially in the incubation phase of that authority, to potentially leverage on the EBA's existing infrastructure and so on, so that it can be running quickly, and then to become an independent entity maybe at a later stage. So whatever the final decision will be on this particular and very important question, for us, it's key that this authority can be set up quickly, can be set up effectively and efficiently without incurring too many additional costs, which will be quite a challenge.
And I'll just throw it open to either Joe or Maria to add any sort of comments or observations they might want to make in this area.
Yeah, on that point, and I'm speaking explicitly with my national hat on. No, I think indeed I agree with what has been said, and also with the public. It will be hopefully a hub and spoke model with some direct responsibility over potentially the most risky institution that needs to be clearly defined in the regulation, and that will be a tricky one. Clearly, dimension of cross-border is a risk factor that needs to be taken into account, but there are potentially sectors or other risks needs to be used as criterion to define which institutions are under direct control. Another dimension is indirect control. That's a kind of supervisor of the supervisors. I think that's an important dimension. It's building on existing competences of the EBA. What I would like to add is two things. One is I think it's important to start with the financial sector. Be cautious with extending it to the non-financial sector, because there we are in another territory, and that would not be helpful in setting up an authority, be it the EBA or another, if we have to start also from its inception with dealing with the non-financial sector, given its fragmented activities and the lack of experience from that point of view. A second element that has already been put forward by Dirk, that is, for national authorities, efficiency is crucial. So we should look for the model that is most efficient. And from that perspective, I think as build and relying on an existing infrastructure that EBA is building up in terms of IT, in terms of know-how, in terms of database, I think is from an efficiency perspective to set up quickly and in an effective way this authority. I think that are arguments that, at least from as a starting point, is I think in a good position to establish and to be the let's say the authority as and to have it quick started at short notice. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. And Maria, did you have any?
Yeah, I mean, we are strong supporters of an AML authority, and when the discussions on the actual format and model, I think there are a few principles that for us are important. Firstly, again, is risk. It needs to be risk-based, meaning it shouldn't be about the size of an institution. It needs to be the risk, as the gentlemen have been saying as well. And the other thing is for us, of course, for the efficiency and these 6-7 referees that I talked about in the beginning, that there is a clarity and we don't have to do like quadruple reporting. So we're hoping this is going to improve our situation also from an efficiency perspective, not just kind of covering the risks in a good way. I think though, on your wish to start with the financial services, that could totally be right. I would urge you here also to just look at the risks, because that should be what is fearing. And if I have to be a bit blunt, not kind of what's comfortable, because if it would be so, that may not be the case, that the higher risks would be somewhere else, let's say with the gambling industry or just wherever, then that's where we need to start. I do think it's correct with the financial services industry, but please do not just go with the banks because you know the banks well, if it's the EBA doing this. But really just look at where do we have the highest risks also from that perspective. So.
Thank you, Maria. Now, we've had a couple of audience questions in, one of them which Maria's already touched on briefly, so I'll come back to that one and take the first one, which actually related to what Joe was saying right at the beginning about the greater harmonisation. And this is suggesting, I think, that certain national competent authorities deliberately maintain blurred lines in certain AML topics and then push back to regulated firms through the risk-based approach. And the question is whether that is a sort of, I guess, a concern and something that perhaps the new supervisor could assist in tackling. Joe, that came in when you were originally speaking, so I'll ask you that question first, perhaps.
Yeah. No, the question is an argument of further harmonization, of course. It cannot be the case that there is uncertainty about rules and regulations and how to apply them within Europe. So I think this is a good example and an illustration why we need further harmonization, because, as said in the beginning, there is evidence that not all rules are applied in a harmonized way, that the transposition is not done probably in a correct way, but not in a harmonized way. So we have detrimental impact on this. And there, I think, for the most crucial dimensions of the regulation, CDD, systems and controls, we need urgently to have a more harmonization. And as said in the beginning, this is also a condition in order to move to the step to an AML supervisor. So this is an illustration that gives additional arguments for further harmonization.
And I couldn't agree more. If I make it come in, Susanna, with half a sentence, that's absolutely right. And that's the very reason, it's basically the very reason why the EBA and ESMA and IOPA were created 10 years ago, and why we are now talking about the same topics in AML. So absolutely, this is something that this issue that this audience member has raised is something that the AML supervisor has to address and deal with. It's the prime. It's one of the prime tasks that it will have to complete or fulfill. Sorry.
Thank you. I wish we could talk about this more. However, I fear we are at time. So thank you very much to all of you for those really insightful contributions, and thank you to the audience for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Susanna, and thank you to the panel. I certainly found that a very interesting and insightful discussion. A few words about BRELA. BRELA is effectively our venue, and we've reached the point in the agenda where we're going to separate off into what would be the stream sessions if we were running this live. So what this means is that we've got 2 on-demand sessions that you can watch. For you to navigate towards them, if you stay within this screen on your menu, and in the drop-down menu, in the same tab, you'll be able to see that there are 2 recordings available to you. And these 2 recordings will be, firstly, outsourcing in financial services, which is moderated by Anne Mannering. And then the second session is regulatory enforcement cases, which is moderated by Chris Neenan at Herbert Smith Freehills. So you're now free to select which of the 2 sessions you'd like to join. They're 45 minutes in length. And once those sessions have finished, join me back here for our closing remarks of our first day. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the on-demand session that you attended. They will be available for 2 weeks after the conference, so whichever one you weren't able to view now, you can view later. We've reached the end of the first day of our very first virtual compliance and legal conference. There are lots of things that you can still do today. You can network until the end of the day. And please do take the time to have a look at the Brella venue and explore some of the AFME and sponsor booths. There's lots of useful material, and you can download various reports and papers, and you can have a chat with other people, including the sponsors. I hope you've had a very productive and rewarding day and gained some insight into the key issues that are shaping the legal and compliance functions in the European financial sector. We've had a really action-packed day. We've heard from Robert Affel on MIFID and MIFIR. We've covered the future of the compliance function. We've had some great discussion around the current remote working environment, and also the changing skill sets and adaptations that will need to be made in compliance departments. We've had excellent and informative discussions on sustainable finance, on financial crime and the European Action Plan. We've covered outsourcing and regulatory enforcement in the on-demand sessions. And you've heard from Barrett Samani, our Compliance Committee co-chair, along with James Kemp. A bit of a snapshot for tomorrow. You'll have an opportunity to hear from Alastair Stables, who's our other Compliance Committee co-chair, alongside my colleague Richard Middleton. And then we start with some excellent sessions on Brexit, our first panel of the day. We've got 2 stellar sessions on conduct and culture. They're running back to back. And then we'll get to grips with the contents of the MAR review and some of the sort of considerations and challenges for those in their MAR work. And then we have just about enough time to squeeze in a session with a mind reader. So please do take the time to have a look at the information available on Brella. We'll see you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day.
we dance, we dance.